Mute everything. You can turn your video off too. Your camera attached to where it sees the. That one, okay. Right. Okay. So we are. So. There's a computer back there that's not muted. All right, is that better? Yes. Okay, so it is 12:12 on Monday, June 26, 2023. Our second bargaining session for compensation and benefits between PEA and Polk County Public Schools is starting now. So we have an attendance sheet going around. So if you have not signed the attendance sheet, please sign it. Once it's all signed, we'll make copies just so we have them for any potential TAs that are signed and for both of us to have a copy. Okay, so Laura has given us agendas.
I didn't get one extra.
I'm passing them out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought.
Yeah, pass them out on that side. You guys, we may have to share. Oh.
I've signed it.
Ready to jump in?
All right.
All right. So the last time we were together, we reviewed, I won't go through them singularly, but multiple presentations by the union regarding ESP, para, and teacher. And so when you look at the agenda that we have prepared for you today, you can see those dates of the proposals and you can see the reflection of our last time together being 6/19. And today we're going to focus our counter proposal attention on those that are already dated 6/23, 6/26/23 counter. If you will tarry with me, I'm going to kind of bounce around through all of those 7 items, but we'll do that strategically due to how, and as you know, from the last presentation, how they're stacked.
Mhm.
So with that being said, I would like to start today with the ESP Appendix C, specifically non-instructional supplements. So if you find the line item there, ESP Appendix C, non-instructional supplements. And do they have this handout sheet?
They were about to.
All right, perfect.
Yes.
And then one to talk about. Perfect. And then while we do that, I would like to do that in duality and talk about para Appendix C as well, because they're the same.
There, yeah.
And I think I'll pause just a moment to hand out so
So
everybody
again,
can see what we're talking about.
my folks there.
Just one page.
Yes.
Did I have a blue and a pink? There you go.
Oh, you got pink.
Thank you. Did you get a page? Yeah, you
I
did.
did, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm Mary Ann. I see.
No, I'm good. Just want to make sure everybody's got handouts. So, all right. All right. If you will, if you want to lay your pages side by side or look at them together. The longevity supplement, first of all, well, first, let's start with the pay schedule language in the para Appendix C. That was just kind of low level cleanup and acceptance there for the strike through and underline. The real point really becomes the longevity supplement. The next walk across language between para and ESP. The last time we were together, the union presented to increase that from $37 to $50. We are countering today across both groups with $40 per month, beginning upon the 15th years of credible service in 5-year increments. So basically, we've countered with a $10 reduction for year 50. Next, I wanted to draw our attention to the health contact supplement of $200. And we added the for eligible designated staff who complete the training, because we know there are important requisite trainings to be able to serve in that capacity and or engagements with maybe the staff from Mark Wilcox or otherwise.
I have a question about that.
Mhm.
Do you want to can have as many at school or can have one, can have 3?
If my memory serves me
It's
right, I
3.
thought it was
I thought it was,
I think
the
it's
teacher, it
3
says one per site. And then here it would be,
So the LPN is not 1, so it's 2 beyond the LPN.
Okay, so it's 3 total LPNs automatic because that's part of their job. And so it would be 2, I thought, yeah, there's 3 total.
and that's elsewhere in the contract? Or do we want to put, I guess I'm just saying, do we want to put it in here? To be clear.
Paying it for
Yeah.
2 years, as you know, so we're
Yeah.
just trying to
So
clarify.
I think, yeah, I think it was the 2%. Now we can
Training.
say 2 additional, up to 2 additional,
up to or not to exceed.
not to
But not every
exceed.
school's gonna have 2.
No, but up to, that's why.
Yeah.
I think you get, I think they have to actually have, doesn't Mark Wilcox make them have 3? 2 additional to the LPN?
Allegedly.
They would like to, yes,
Okay,
but the training gets more stringent every year.
okay,
Yes.
okay.
So to your point of the up to,
up to two.
I like the cap. I like to limit the.
Because then there would be up to three with the LPN. That's part of their job.
Correct.
I think it just makes it clearer to me.
Yeah. Okay.
And then, we just added Title I school supplement, not just title supplement. We just kind of clarified, that a little bit more. And then I want to unpack this translation third piece. But before I do, it's kind of a bigger item. Were there any other questions on longevity, health or otherwise? Because the translation's a little larger discussion.
Yeah, so I think what we'll probably want to do is get a few and then we'll probably take a caucus break and then we'll talk through it as a team. But let's get a few things. If we do need a caucus, I'd rather caucus and look at several things and break and then,
I figured as much, but I just want
Okay.
to make sure your team was good on the two for questions of clarity or otherwise. So when you do caucus, you kind of feel like you've got the answers you
yeah.
need.
And so what with the health contact, just to put this out in the room, because I don't, we can workshop this if we want later. We were gonna offer possibly for up to two eligible designated staff to just add clarification in that.
And because it's rides across two separate contracts, and since you're being clarified,
We would mirror it
two per school,
It's
Or
per
two-
school.
up to two per work site.
work
Oh.
site,
Hang on.
so that
think
you
it is-
don't think you get two ESP and two
Yeah,
para.
We don't want to layer those. That's a great. point.
yeah,
So we'd end up with like,
up to two eligible
Five.
staff. And then that
If you set up to two positions per eligible work site, that would cover you, meaning they could be para, they could be ESP, but there's only two positions.
yeah,
I agree with you, but maybe we need to just be that succinct and specific, right?
yeah,
Because otherwise, if I just read one contract in isolation of another,
Yeah.
it may appear that
I
I,
have two ESP and two.
Yeah.
And that's especially important because the secretaries are often,
Mhm.
and then usually there's potentially a para out on the campus.
I would agree. The intent when we just discussed the up to two was total per site.
yeah, yeah.
So however you would shopsmith that language, that would be our intent.
Okay, yeah,
I would say, I would suggest up to two positions per eligible work site, because there may be some work sites where you don't.
To include, I would even offer to include ESP and para. I mean,
well, you could also have a teacher pool too, because it just says.
Correct.
Don't we say
Correct.
across all three grades?
Yeah, because it's
if we
across,
did it that way,
Okay.
I'm good with that too.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what.
we're up to two positions
Agree.
across all three PEA
Contracts.
contracts.
Yeah. Because that captures what we're saying in essence. Of the three total per site, wherever they come from. They couldn't be any more than.
There, just there's two.
Okay,
All right. Now we'll get into the translation service
Okay.
because this is a little larger discussion of practice and philosophy. Walking down through the language, staff who have provided translation services for Polk County Public Schools will receive, we countered from $25 to $20 per hour, rounded up. We added that word to the next quarter hour. We added some additional language down through here. Staff who provide translation services outside of their normal job duties must be asked by an administrator to perform these services.
Okay.
Which
People were not coming and saying, oh, I did the service, and got no knowledge. What frequency, what exposure, or otherwise. So, and it also provides an opportunity for the administrator to know Stephanie's doing all the translating. And
so that was a little bit of the idea behind it, creating some accountability in that regard. The next one is translation services are defined as non-classroom related verbal or written services requested by a site-based administrator. And we were trying to be just specific as to what we thought translation meant, because this is brand new language for us, but we thought you're either going to translate documents or you're going to be providing oral. You're in a meeting on a phone call or in an IEP. I don't know where you find yourself, but it would be different than your job. Because I also wanted to create a space where I didn't have someone that is translating or speaking, to their students in a specific language and considered that, as translating or otherwise as well. This section does not apply to sign language interpreting services. Now, that was a new one too.
Mhm.
You know, I think down in the weeds of all the situations and the what ifs and the what thens. And what I began to come to the conclusion of is that we've already got this covered in Article 22.29. And you can go back and reference that if you
Okay.
like, but that talks about sign language interpreters receiving pay for those services. It's specifically outside of
Outside of their,
DDA
I get,
and so forth and so on. So you heard me speak the last time we were in bargaining. I'm always looking for places where we layer things for extra exposure on our side for
Yeah.
money, but also for you. And
mhm.
I felt like that was already covered in 22.29-5, if you
Mhm.
wanted to go back and reference.
And I think
something like
that, because that mirrored in the para, I think Article 9, from when we had originally pulled sign language interpreters that were eligible to move, we pulled that language from Article 9.
Mhm.
So then that would be covered in Article 9, if I'm remembering correct, Gina.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, okay.
And the-
We might even just want to say reference.
Yeah, we could even
Yeah.
put a reference to the specific
Yeah,
article, but the 22.29 is the larger article, but with specificity, it's 29-5.
gotcha.
And it's just, you know, I continue to make the point, the translation in that function is an embedded part of their
Yeah.
job function. We're okay with the remuneration outside of the duty day. We've already
Okay.
bargained that
Yep.
and know how that.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I'm going to stop here, but I am going to say, whatever dialogue we have with this translation piece,
Mhm.
be reminded, we don't have the documents out in front of us, but it's going to come back later in teacher when we
Yep.
get to the supplement piece there. So whatever we talk about here, this is language that's across all three
Yep.
documents.
Mhm.
Any questions or comments?
And I think that's, I mean, some of these clarifications really, or came from the conversation we had last time, so it just clarifies. Again, we'll talk about it in caucus, but if you have a question specifically for Brian.
I just would like to understand the term normal job duties. What exactly does, I mean, so I'm I'm not, but I'm a Spanish speaker and my teacher needs a parent phone call done. And then we know that the home speaks only Spanish. Is that considered my normal duty, or does my teacher, because the other thing that I would say is that then if that is, then we need to define that a little bit, what that means. What's the scope of that? Because that para could translate all day, every day and not be getting any compensation for it. And then the other question I would have is, there should then be a mechanism where the teacher or the testing coordinator, anybody who might have to contact a parent would have to talk to the admin first for the admin to then give an okay. So that the service, we're not constantly saying, well, I did this, and it's after the fact, we're trying to get retro approval for something. There needs to be a process, I guess, is what I'm seeing.
And to clarify from what I think I just heard you say, Mary Ann, is that a teacher wouldn't be directing translation services, it would be the administrator. So if the teacher needed translation services, they need to go to their admin first, and then their admin would pull from a list of people.
That can do it.
Right.
They
Who are
can do it.
bilingual,
And
right?
that's what I think needs to be defined a bit.
Maybe depending on planning time. or-
Yeah.
You know, that needs, in my opinion, needs to be defined a bit, because what happens is too often translation services is a pickup game. You know, we tap the teacher next door and say, can we borrow your para for a minute? We've got to call Sally sick. And then that becomes an issue of how much time it's going to get bogged down with. If I can't, if,
And this is gonna just broader, I think, be messaging
Mhm.
to both our folks and to administrators, that this is how we have to work. If, you know, it's agreed upon.
I just wanted to second kind of what you guys were saying about having you both mentioned it, having a structure,
Mhm.
because in a high school, coming from my experience, you don't know every single person and what language they speak and whatnot. So having a list, I contact my administrator, say I need XYZ language.
Right.
Having that would be helpful. So
Right.
and not always impacting Ms. B's classroom, because her classroom happens to be
Yeah,
close
yeah,
to
yeah.
the office.
Yeah, I agree.
Last year, we had a program, Class Dojo, which would translate for you if they needed it. I was told, obviously, we can't use Class Dojo anymore, but that we were going to have a similar program this year.
Right.
Would it also translate, or we won't have that option anymore?
I would just have to say directly, I'd have to follow up to see what the current application or program is and to see if that function or how that would work. It's the IT thing, and I'm really not sure how that would be. I wanted to go back to Marianne, I'll just call you Marianne. The normal job duty piece. For me, you went a different direction than I went because I was trying to carve out what like ESOL paras, ESOL teachers did all day long as part of their normal job duties. So that's where I was going in my headspace, but you were going in a different way as well. And I think they're both meritorious. But I wanted to be clear what the normal job duty piece was for me as I was going.
Then I think that just needs to be, normal job duties such as ESOL pairs and define that so that it isn't because again, our folks that speak other languages, and it's not just Spanish, it's Haitian, Creole, and several others that are routinely used. Just to have that, the teacher might feel like, well, that she's my pair, so that is part of our class. It just needs to be clarified.
And I want to add that I think we also need to say during about time periods, because what we're having at the high school level is our ESOL teacher that may be part of her normal job duties, but she's being pulled during her planning or asked to stay after school without the extra compensation. And because she's not always the only, like, she shouldn't always be the only teacher who has to do like IEP meetings. That might fall under her normal assigned duties, but it's not fair to her to not be compensated for that when she's doing it during planning or after hours.
And Kat, I think that would be caught in the language of non-classroom related, because it wouldn't be that individual's classroom, right?
Well, I mean, sometimes they are her students,
Right.
but when they do IEPs, they're supposed to spread that love out. It's not always the one teacher who's pulled, but they end up pulling her a lot if the student is ESOL.
So you can see that we took what you proposed last time and provided more framework and definition. And I think just in our collaborative Q&A here, you probably got some more remarks that we can volley back at a later time as well.
And Laura, can you send over to the Word document so that if we're in caucus, we can,
Cat should have them now. wouldn't you?
okay, perfect. All right. Sounds good.
I mean, both of you, but.
Perfect. Okay.
All right. So that would take care of ESP non-instructional supplement appendix C. And then you've also had para there, but I don't think we had para appendix C specifically listed with today's.
So the pair is actually, it's an excerpt of, it's actually not an appendix C.
Of the salaries.
They have it, it's part of the end of appendix B. It's like the last page.
Boy,
Yeah, it's part of their pay grade.
okay, then
It's at the very last page. And so it's actually an appendix B excerpt.
do we need to change this from, because our notes, this says para appendix C on it. Is it?
Yeah, it would be in para B at the end, because para supplements aren't a separate,
So we notate that. I think the content's the same. It's just.
yeah, it's just not in a separate appendix like the other ones are. We do have a question, because with the ESP appendix C, we had proposed schools not allocated a financial secretary. That principal secretary is performing financial secretary responsibilities due to no financial secretary allocation will receive a $2,400 supplement paid monthly in the end of the month paycheck, and that's been stricken through.
Yeah, I was gonna talk about that in another one of my proposals,
Okay.
but if you give me a minute,
Oh, yeah, no problem.
I'll have that conversation then.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So that particular part was struck through
Mhm.
by my specific notes that I had referenced, but I will tell you, we struck through that language because of several things that we had kind of started to lay out when we were together last. First of all, there's a structure within staffing plan relative to how those secretaries are allocated specific to the level of school and the size of school. And then second to that, you got the staffing allocation that would drive the additional staff. And then second to that, we have the job descriptions for the principal secretary specifically that still discusses the function of a financial component as well. And Ms. Jenkins unpacked that a little bit for us last time as we read directly from that. And so it was for that reason that, you know, a cost of, it's 2,400 is what you proposed last time, 200 a month. That was why we struck that, because we saw it as it was a part of their job at those levels. We could have the discussion of the size of the schools, which is already part of the staffing piece. It was for that rationale that we had struck that language. Or rather, we didn't put it in our counter to you today. I asked Laura about that. She said, because we just didn't include it in our counter.
Well, it is.
Well, we will.
I get, yeah, but it's in this one, I guess, that we'll get later.
So, we'll talk about that when we do eventually caucus too, okay? All right, thank you for that explanation, Brian.
All right. So now, oh, yeah. Here was mine. That was a cost of about $175,000. I found my notes now. It was a cost of about $175,000. It impacts over 70 schools. And so this was not just as well a discussion of just a singleton here or there. And I want to, as all of these discussions are had today, you remember when we were together last, we talked about the 5.67 million, and any of these discussions clearly would come off that starting point. And I want to also tag on that we continue to focus on the priority of the compression piece. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Next, let's talk about para Article 19. It's in the agenda where it says salaries, degree supplements, 1911 and 1913.
Okay.
You have extra pink paper laying around, is that the? Is everything? We have a meeting?
You need?
Have a pink
I'm sorry, I don't,
3-page, 5-page paper. All right.
yes, could you hand her that?
If you, I guess I need to go through page by page to make sure. I believe the first item that you're going to come to that I wish to begin discussing is on page 305. It begins on the bottom of 205, but it was the discussion that we started to have the last time we're together, specifically about the 200 every 2 years versus each year. And to be direct, you'll notice that we struck the each year and left existing language. I know that this is existing ratified language. We know that it's been in the contract as such for several years. And we know that the proposal again comes with an increased cost. And we also know that the discussion that we're having here also walks across as the same language is also within the ESP proposal as well. Also within this piece, I want to throw a little tagline on about the ESP. We'll run into that in a few minutes, but the ESP piece we'll discuss later relative to PD and statutory pieces that are different between ESP and para. So for that reason, I'm proposing existing ratified language, no increase. And then we'll talk about ESPs when we get over in that section in a minute. Next, I would like to look down to the 19.13 college hours. The union had proposed the addition of the master's degree at 1,400 and then another degree program at 7. And we have struck that $1,400. And it would be the thought process that at this level, a master's level para, the priority being student focused, teachers, student gains. I would love to have the priority of trying to expect and encourage those folks to move on over to be a teacher or instructional staff at that point in time. The master's is not a part of the job description or the requirement for a para. We know that as we review the HQ para components and pieces, we have the specificity of the hours that are highlighted above with the 30 and 60, and we've gone so much as to even go down into the bachelor's. So it's for that reason that we just didn't, in a harsh, cold, cruel way, cut the master's, but we had a thoughtful consideration as to why we're presenting that cut to you.
I will offer that, well, our team will offer that, and Marion and Althea can probably speak to the history part of this. I mean, a bachelor's degree is also not required for a paraeducator.
I would agree.
But the more educated our employees are across the board, whether they're, an ESP, whether they're a para, whether they're a teacher, we encourage education because that makes them better for our students in the capacity that they serve them. And so we feel that we offer above what they are required for with a para and an ESP with a bachelor's degree, that if a paraeducator does have a master's degree, that it should count for something. Because the more educated our folks are, the better our kids are.
And I would also say that some of the people that comprise this group are people who were teachers, who choose for physical, whatever reasons they choose to come back as a para. So you have a teacher with a master's degree in a para position, which is certainly advantageous when you don't have enough actual teachers and you have to have a pull for potentially a sub, that, it does benefit the district, is I guess what I'm trying to say.
Benefits our kids.
And it does indeed benefit our kids.
I think our counter to that would be if it's applicable. Having a master's in something that's completely unrelated is not applicable.
So,
It doesn't provide any additional skill set or benefit to our students. So if you have a master's in theology, but you're teaching mathematics, covering as a paraeducator, the two don't have anything to do with each other.
so may I? So then we'd have to talk about this, but this is just Mary Ann spitballing something. Would you be open then if we said it was in an education or in education related, like mathematics, science?
I think we'd have to have a recess, but
Well, and I will offer too, the way it's set up, you have 2 lanes here. You have education degree program or degree related to position. Right? That's already there. There's a lane for that. And then you have other degree program, which is paid out in a lesser amount.
I don't know why we would pay out anything.
This is ratified language. This,
I understand. I'm just telling you, I disagree with it.
so
Open for discussions.
we have 2 lanes here that would, to your point, Mr. Hyde, would be an education degree or degree related to the position is paid out higher.
So I guess
But an education is also an education because we also know that I'm a math teacher and I'm a pretty damn good math teacher, but my degree is in food science and human nutrition, which has nothing, I mean, I have mathematics courses up through Calc 2, but I don't have a math minor. And so that's saying that my degree is less than or makes me a less than teacher.
No, that's not what's being said.
So
What's being said is you're asking for additional compensation because somehow that degree makes you a better educator. Having your degree in food service or food science has no direct application to your mathematics instruction, none. You could be a highly effective math teacher, but paying you and compensating you for a degree that lies outside of anything you're doing or will bring or benefit our students directly should not have happened.
so I'm
I
not,
understand that that's ratified language, but if we're talking about it, we're talking about it. Because if you want dollars to go into paying people, for example, if you want the option about those who have a bachelor's, whatever, masters, and it's in alignment with their job duties and expectations, I'm willing to have that conversation. But at the same time, that willingness comes with the expectation of why are we paying these other people? Because there's no direct benefit to.
Well, that's
students.
actually gone through a district court of appeals case.
I'm willing to go through it again because quite frankly, it's not directly applicable. There's no benefit to the district or to students.
Like,
So like if I, for example, am working on my master's in reading, accounting. But I am certified in other things. If they put me in a science classroom, does that mean that my master's no longer applies?
Your master's in reading? Yes. You're not explicitly teaching reading instruction, right? As part of your science curriculum. But if you're-
Instruction in all 4 subjects.
No, you're not. You're reinforcing reading strategies. Let's not mix the two. Explicit instruction in literacy and reading is a reading course, right? Intensive reading or enrichment reading or a lit class. Supporting effective reading strategies is expected in all core curriculum classes, yes. But the last time I checked, I'm not walking classrooms and seeing people doing read alouds or shared and guided reading as part of their curriculum in science, mathematics, or other areas. Possibly in social studies, possibly in language arts, but not in the other two.
So then how would that affect people who get moved without their, like if my principal needs a science teacher and I'm certified in science, like right now I'm certified in reading, so she had to take me out of what I was doing because I'm one of only 3 people on campus that is reading certified.
Right.
That's not going to be fair because then do you see where I'm going with this?
Well, actually, it's all kind of a moot point because I think we already have contract language and it's already, I think for teachers, and it's already been arbitrated. So it's really a moot point. So let's get back to the para and the ESP discussion. And so we'll caucus about this.
Yeah.
But I preliminarily, we already have 2 lanes here. So if they do have an education degree, I think we will argue that that directly benefits our kids. No matter what capacity they're in. Or if it's a degree related to their position, again, that impacts our kids in the whatever service they directly or indirectly provide. But we will caucus on this. I think we're going down or.
Yeah, I'd like to, in my notes here, I'd like to go to ESP 15 compensation, a 15.24 college hours discussion. I think we kind of close segued over there
Okay.
previously.
Use my hiccups. Thank you. No.
Can we go ahead and hand this out as well? I would like to marry the 2 of them together. We're also going to hand out ESP 12, 14, and 15.
Okay.
are these counters?
Yes. And actually, I'm looking now on the agenda, so now you've got ESP 15 and ESP 12.
Oh.
I want to begin with 15. That's the pain paper, I believe, and unless I stand to be corrected, the discussion, there are no changes until we get to page 5 of 5. Specifically looking at Article 15.24, which was a presentation by the union in our last bargaining session. And again, understanding the philosophy and relative to walking that across from para, because it is the same absent of the master's discussion that we just had. You've got the presentation today where we struck through that language. Let me unpack that a little bit. First, I want to offer that there is a priority to develop an instructional pipeline with experiences, because we've talked about that and I still embrace that. And that is still being promoted, and it has been being promoted before we ever got here today, because I know that I've gone back and done my homework for the last bargaining session. I think I've got 3 that are currently in the ESP group that are benefiting from Greenhouse. Okay, so just put that on a shelf for a minute.
Okay.
That being said, it's being presented that a para pipeline to teacher is the instructionally focused component. It's embedded in the job descriptions, it's embedded in the job functions, it's embedded in the experiences during the workday, which is totally different than what we see with an ESP. The ESP, they have no instructional engagement during the day. They're working, enrolling kids in the school, they're reviewing finances, they're answering phones, the myriad of pieces that are outlined in that ESP job description and job function. And then my last piece relative to the strike through here is, just a rough estimate of an exposure on this. I started with the 5.67. We could have up to a $1.3 million exposure on the language proposed. And I need to put that in the room as well. But this was not a disvaluing of ESP. It is, they're still having access, and I'm going to present that in a moment. That's why I wanted you to have Article 12 before you. But it is, I believe, more cogent to track the function of the job descriptions relative to the strike through and function of what they do. So let me take questions on 15 and then I'm going to segue to 12, because that's really we're striking, but yet we're providing an avenue for them to get education. So that's where I want to go with this.
Okay, education question, sorry.
12 yet, but that's my next piece.
Okay, but education meaning education to become a teacher or education to become,
Greenhouse like paras.
so to become a teacher?
Yeah.
Education
Yeah.
degree.
So then I have a question that you'll probably have to caucus about, if I may.
But do you guys have any questions for me on the struck language of what we talked about? Because then I'm going to segue to Greenhouse.
Why, yeah, I do. But
Go ahead.
so, I mean, again, we'll caucus on this as well, but I mean, our secretaries that have educational experience, whether it's an AA degree, even if it's in, something that's related to what they do as far as being, clerical position, like they should get that education credit if they have, because that makes them better at their job. And so they should have avenues for degrees related to their position. And that's how you keep good, qualified, experienced staff. Just because it's not an education degree doesn't mean that they should not receive educational credits for positions related or degrees related to their position. And it may not be a traditional education degree. Clerical staff don't need a degree in education, but they might have other. Yeah, they have accounting courses, they have other things, either VOTEC credits that could, count, that make them better at their job, more efficient at their job, therefore benefiting the district and ultimately kids as well.
Okay.
In an indirect, in their indirect role with students.
And then if we'll segue over into Article 12 of ESP, it's under benefits, education reimbursements, Greenhouse. Okay. Specifically, if you flip through here, it's page 4 of 5 is where I pick up with what I want to present and discuss. And it's not new language to ESP, but not new language to the group, and the fact that it already rests in the para agreement. But this is where the ESP would have access to the education option via the Greenhouse with all of the criteria that we are used to seeing from the para contract. I don't believe we made any real revisions except we changed from ESPs to calling them employees. which is really, just vernacular. And then that was Article 12. So to your team, you can see why I wanted to demonstrate the cut for the hours, but also show the pipeline for continuing education. And then again, I continue to offer that, if you're over in the greenhouse piece, you're working to find your way to kids.
Mhm.
Okay. And I started with the focus on students. That's kind of why we see this education incentive, because it provides that pathway for an ESP to find their way ultimately into a classroom.
Well, but I think to your point then too, on the compensation article, if they're able to get their degree and they are going to move into education, then whether their degrees in education or a degree related to their job position, they should be getting compensated mirrored to how pairs are compensated for that educational credit.
And now you walked right down into where I was earlier.
Mhm.
Thank you for bringing me here.
Okay.
Because when we look at paras, there's statutory language for highly qualified and otherwise where they're required to have certain amount of hours. So we created that mechanism to help them get HQ back in the day, and it's
Yeah.
continued on. But you find nothing required in statute or otherwise on the ESP side. What you do find is the requirements of expectation outlined by job description, job requirement, job function. So that's where and why, again, why we made
And
the
we also-
allocation.
We also know that the state is not worker friendly anyway. And so just because the state does a requirement doesn't mean it's not the right thing to do.
Right. So I can take questions on greenhouse, but honestly, a lot of it is existing. Otherwise, we just walked it over into ESP.
Okay.
I have a question, Brian.
Yep.
Okay, 12.14, it says here, on the vacation. Is where your job to a coursework at a university of vocation and stuff. So if we go to a vocation together, and those certain we go offer the certificate, I guess equivalent to certification for a teacher in an accounting course. So how would you, in your presentation, compensate the ESP for that?
There would not be a mechanism in what I'm presenting at this time,
Because there's not a mechanism.
as I would walk it back through the job description and the job functioning. And arguably, there are experiences for teachers or otherwise where they take additional trainings, but there's no remuneration or otherwise. Benchmarks of the masters and the specialists and the doctorate, but there's many different trainings with specificity that we use to augment and make us hone our craft better.
Mhm.
But there's not like an established way where I get remunerated for that year after year after year.
Well, that's.
But
what
the
our
teachers do have to recertify.
Ins are for,
certain
yeah.
Hours, and so a lot of teachers will go through these programs or take these classes in order to gain those 120 hours so they can
And
teach in this wonderful state.
And again, Brandon, again, there is a component of that with the paras. There's not on the ESP side.
So I think that's,
Keep walking that back across to job descriptions.
so I think that's the question is, shouldn't there be, if somebody is doing something to specifically better the skills, like a financial secretary taking accounting one, or, a bookkeeping position, shouldn't we be? And it also makes them more helpful to the district because you need HR positions filled often, you need payroll positions filled. These types of things wouldn't, if you, and I'm not saying this is just Mary Ann speaking as an individual. If you would then consider some type of a ladder for them if they are improving the skills to do the job that they're doing. And then have greenhouse if they are choosing to work with us and get to know the system until they can get their educational degree. We've got that covered, but what about the person who wants to really be a truly fine secretary or principal secretary and takes computer classes and does different things to increase their value to their position?
Segues right into appendix C. Going back to appendix C, where we used to have workshops
Yeah.
For ESPs, or, given a supplement for their improvements.
And I'd like to speak to that. Because actually, as we were doing these proposals, this actually came through the partnership that I have with the district PD people. And they were very happy when they started offering Para Academy, that these points, that there was something directly related to the contract to encourage the employees, like they know need the extra support and they know need the help to come out, and they're coming to them. Doing some as well, but they're coming to them. And that's how this proposal came about, as far as they know that the ESPs need training. So this is not, it does work into the hours. It also works in the professional development, which I know you haven't gotten to yet, but they go hand in hand, because your site-based administrators and your district coaches know they need the help. And when you say, hey, if there's no incentive for them to do it, y'all know this, they don't come. Like, they don't show up, but they need the help. So this is a fairly cheap incentive to have them continue building their skills. And especially when we're talking about ESPs, I'm going to say that y'all are absolutely off the mark on this one, because think of the difference in the skill set that an ESP needed 15, 20 years ago when they started with the district and what they need now. That is absolutely requires new education. We have new technology, completely new systems. So it is technically related. I don't care if their degree is in theology, whatever. The fact that they had to go to an educational program right now and use the technology required absolutely benefits them directly in their job description.
And we passed last week, the 2 days of mandatory training that the secretaries have to go to in schools because of the mistakes that are being made. And even working in property accounting, requisitions that come in that's not correct. They don't know the right funding, cost centers to put equipment in. The mistakes that are made in payroll. We have people not being paid because the deadlines are not being met. So there are also very extenuating circumstances for ESP and the value that we serve also.
So I guess to me, the question remains is, if you don't like the structure to be the same educational model that we had in the para, isn't it a worthwhile discussion to have something where we present a career ladder, come more proficient, but don't be more proficient and then go work at Publix. Become more proficient and let us keep our skills here. Maybe they move throughout the district to move over into the district office or whatever. That's, I guess, a question that I have. I'm hearing I'm hearing and understanding what you're saying. I'm not saying I agree with it, but I'm understanding what you're saying. But do you see the value in having people in the ESP world getting education that can then continue to increase their value to the district?
I see value, but let me put a few other thoughts. I can't control your narrative on your counter, because that's on you guys, and you've heard my presentation today, but I want to put some other things in the room relative to just information and things to consider as you go back and caucus. You used the word supplement. I believe you used the word supplement. A supplement is different than what we're looking at for the proposed language of the degree. Okay, the supplement is an annual piece that has an annual exposure specific to how many people are there that either get a training or have a specific, make it up, whatever that is. What's proposed here has a residual forever part of someone's salary that rolls year after year. And then I want to also put this in the room that I've already been behind scenes with the MOU that we've worked hard on the ESPs. And I know we're trying to work on the salaries for this group. Every bit of salary discussion we have, and we look to implement something as broad as a 1.3 million exposure, that's a residual takeaway. So of course, we're going to be conservative in that regard. And then lastly, you know, we were talking about a PD component for ESPs. We have that built over in PD for paras right now, but we don't have a specific lane for ESPs.
But
That's something
that is what they're working on right now. And notice it says authorized program, just
Right.
like the pairs. It's not just any PD. They can't come and take a reading class. The district sets, these are the classes that we say we want our pairs to take. In theory, they would say, these are the classes we want our ESPs to take.
And to that, I'll link over to Althea because I do agree, we need those job embedded trainings that make you more proficient and more accurate at what you do. But that's different than the proposal of the college hours and otherwise. So I just put that in the room.
But then that goes, so then, just so we understand before, and I think I want to talk through a few more things before we break so that we're more productive with our caucus time. So on Article 12 for ESPs, so your team is in to where they will be compensated once this is coming in. It's just you guys took the each out for each year. So what I'm seeing here is that you're okay with mirroring,
The number, I'm sorry.
sorry, 12.15,
It's the $200.
the $200
Here, and our language was existing, $200.
for the para, because this doesn't currently exist in the.
You're talking about the
ESP
Walker
contract.
Pass to ESP.
Yeah.
I would walk the same then, because we were going to keep it in
This
philosophy.
is not our county. This is saying we need time to research. So this is not.
Okay, I understand.
And you
Okay.
heard me kind of preface about the statute and component.
Yes,
That's where that.
okay.
goes.
So we wanted clarification on, okay, so
But that's a good point. Thank
this
you
is
for-
still,
Still.
And I do want to mention, because I've had talks specifically with paras. When this was added into the contract, because this was long before my time and Stephanie's time or whatever. But when they added it, the intention at the table was a $200 that was added into their annual salary.
Mhm.
And that has been confusing language coming to me from your
Right.
people at the district when they're trying to sell it for the paras to continue. They're trying to figure out, like, how do you even do that? Give somebody $200 out into their annual salary for 1 year and then it comes back out, like. So, yeah, like but the intention at the table originally, which Kim can speak to, was it to be added into their annual base salary.
Did this, I got the supplement and I've gotten I've gotten $300 every year until I retire.
yeah.
It's-
So it's not taken back once you,
No, once you get it, it's there.
So which is why we added the each year, because it
for
was just,
clarification.
they just didn't understand what they were actually, like, your district people didn't understand.
But that's where,
They think, I don't understand that it's added to your base ad nauseam,
Yeah,
where they need to say, that- so people are thinking, okay, they get $200 for doing it and they get it one time and then they never,
Originally, when it was negotiated, it was anticipated to be ongoing training. And part of a career ladder where paras could do training. And the district would, again, through needs assessments and whatnot, decide what training. It wasn't anything, you couldn't just pick anything. There was a training module that when you completed it, you got the $200. So if discipline was coming up as an issue or whatever it might be, the district could facilitate the training to be necessary for what the district felt would move the district forward. And then it became where it's like this one-time thing, and that was probably, quite frankly, due to an in-art of how we should have written it. But I would again say that the paras and the ESP both suffer from a lack of good job embedded type training that will help move them forward. And it's for a lot of reasons. We don't want to pull them out of school. And that was the same conversation we had back when we put the language in. And the reason why we made this supplement is because we knew that it was very hard to do job embedded. We didn't have enough staff. That's not a new problem. And so we decided to make it where they could do it after the duty day. And there was an incentive for doing that because you were going to get $200 added to your salary. And so that's where we're at now. When you are paying for OCR violations or dealing with discipline or any of those types of things, this is a way for you to be able to train for the pair. I'm talking now for the pairs. When you're looking at your secretary clerical folks, it's very hard for you to pull them out of the class, out of the schools in large number. So we're talking about if you're noticing a large number of audit issues or whatever, you could do this as job specific training that they would then choose to do outside of their duty day and get an additional potentially, and I'm going to just use the S word, not that that's what I'm suggesting, but a supplement, a stipend, however you want it, whatever we end up call it, but it benefits you to look at where you're seeing the biggest issues, the biggest things that are going to cost you more money out the backside of the issue than
Incentivizing up front.
Problem is respectfully, these are people who've already been trained in their respective positions. We are almost $2 million in debt due to overpayments. The 2-day training was held to address multiple topics, including customer service, so that we did not have to feel like the only recourse we have is to start disciplining employees. I'm going to say it again, almost $2 million. We have had secretaries approve stipends that don't even exist at a school level for 2 years. Now, that's the principal's fault, everybody's, but we've hit the reset. This training moving forward, people will start being held accountable. But this is something they were originally trained for. This is not a new requirement. This is not something that surprises people. This is basically a lack of attention to detail, quite frankly. And a school district that did not have the appropriate checks and balances starting at the school level and then coming up to the district level. And we were rectifying that. If you all want to talk about micro-credentialing and something that would qualify somebody then to move on in another role, I'm perfectly accepting of having that conversation. But to simply pay someone.
Well, and that's actually to your point, and I don't think they're calling micro-credentialing, but it's essentially micro-credentialing is what the Para Academy is.
Because let's be honest, as a school district, and every school district has the same fault. And I've been complaining about this for years. This is our chance to fix it. How do you become a principal secretary? Can anybody tell me that?
The principal likes you.
Principal hires you.
Has nothing to do with skill. And I say that with a little bit teeth, tongue in cheek. Because hopefully a principal would not hire somebody who doesn't have the capacity. But let's be honest, the min-quals need to dictate what that person has to have, not time and seat, not relationship, but what trainings have they had that truly prepare them? We have principal secretaries right now that can't use Excel spreadsheets.
But I think that goes to the point where if you're getting job related education, whether it's through technical or VOTEC or education, like you want as a district to have people that are highly educated in their field.
Don't necessarily,
You have to
highly educated,
you
but
have to compensate them for that as well.
because we can do it during their duty day. And however, the way they're compensated is if I now have all of those prerequisite skills, I can I'm actually allowed to apply for the next position where I'm going to get an elevation in my salary. That's the investment we all make. That's the investment every one of us makes when we continue to pursue additional education. It's not just for the stipend, it's not just for the supplement, it's for the opportunity, educational leadership, so that you know that you can then apply to get into a pool and potentially get to elevate your salary through pay advancement. So that's why I'm bringing up. If we want to talk about this, it can't be open to anything and everything. It has to be specifically aligned to skill sets, duties, and responsibilities. So if we want to put together a subcommittee, and we can caucus about this, both of us, but we want to put together a subcommittee and get back to micro-credentialing, which says this is what it takes. And these are all the essential trainings. You can call it a passport to success. I've used all those terms before. These are all the essential trainings you must have in order to move from a school secretary to a principal secretary, and then a principal secretary to payroll or to procurement or something else. It's not just time. It has to be specifically linked to skills. And if we can identify those and list those classes specifically, I think it's a different conversation.
And actually, that's what's happening currently with the collaboration with the district PD and PEA with the Para Academy. And so, and District PD brought this to CAT as we've been collaborating all year in the relaunch of the Para Academy. Because this is already current language in the para contract.
Right.
They were wanting to move over into the ES.
No, I'm bringing it up for ESPs,
No,
like just having the,
and to your point, the Para Academy is that micro credentialing. They're not calling it micro credentialing, but it's essentially a micro credentialing.
Yeah.
Is they get 30 in-service hours of courses and workshops that specifically District PD has heard from site-based principals, heard from paras, that this is what they need to be successful. And Kat can speak more to it. She,
specific to role.
yes, specific to their para
And
role.
that's why it says authorized program is because the district created a list of courses. They did look at some of our courses that we offer and say, yes, this has the skills that we want.
Yeah,
This one doesn't.
and we're working.
So, but the
collaboration.
ones that have aligned, we also offer, but theirs specifically said, these are the approved courses.
Yeah.
You need 30 credits from these approved courses to earn this up.
And
Because there was an example used earlier that if you go to Travis and you take an accounting course, you're now certified. You're not. That's an accounting course. There's an entire series of courses has to be taken, plus an assessment has to be taken in order to earn a certification in accounting. So I don't want to mix the two because adding a skill or reinforcing a skill are two very different things.
And that's what the Para Academy is doing, and they want to launch the ESP Academy. But we also want language that would offer the same incentive for an ESP to be part of the district-run ESP Academy as is the Para Academy right now. And that's what 12.15 is all about, is mirroring what we currently offer now through the Para Academy and tailoring it to ESP. And again, it's not just anything that they can go and take on their own. This is District PD creating this based on what ESPs are wanting, what you guys need.
I don't want it linked to just an academy they have to do within the first 2 years. It's just a series of course offerings that they can take anytime. And then they don't get that pay until they complete that entire series.
Yeah, they have to
So
complete the 30 hours.
That I think is worth a conversation because then we are benefiting from that.
They have to complete the 30 hours to get the two.
That's what I think, that's where I think we're
Yeah.
going. And then I have a question about this other concept that was sort of brought up. The fact is, like, if you wanted to do and it's a little like a career ladder, which we did work years ago on and did all that work. And then the legislature put it in that we had to do that. And then the next year decided to take it away because they weren't going to fund it. Would be to, we talked about something like this micro credentialing. Would you then anticipate having a principal secretary pool for the principals to hire from?
Yes. Why not? We do a pool for everybody else.
I'm not.
Because let's be honest, otherwise nobody else is going to get an interview. Because we're going to, we in turn are going to take every job description and rewrite it so the min quals match what the expectations are. So if we list certain trainings that you must have accomplished in order to apply for a principal secretary, the min quals in the job description are going to reflect that. So even if you haven't taken them, you'll never be invited for an interview.
That's the equalizer to me, as what we're talking about, is that it opens it to people who want to rise, who are willing to do what they need to do or have the skills already for what they need to do. And we're getting the type of people into the jobs that have the qualifications to do the jobs. Because nobody wants to have their paycheck disrupted for the next 5 years because somebody didn't know how to put something in place or overpaid you or underpaid you or whatever.
We've got people, we've put them on 30-year repayment plans. And
The mistake
$2 million.
was just that big.
And we've never been punitive towards an employee, but at some point there's a line.
And that I would argue, this has been the argument from when I first came into PEA. The money that we save is money that can come to the salary table.
Absolutely.
And I know that in a preliminary philosophical discussion, we're trying to already work on a career ladder structures. So it's like you hear me continuing to say layering. You can, it's like whatever we bargain, but there's multiple layers of that. Is it going to be in the salary grid? Is it going to be in the PD grid? Is it going to be in the supplement? Is it going to be in an annual residual piece in a salary? But it all at the bottom line, it all comes out of what we can talk about for salaries every year. I think philosophically, we all are agreeing,
Well, and we are in agreement.
education and training,
Because this is the same conversation we had about the fact that there needed to be a pool for network managers.
Hmm.
And that we would hire, then principals could hire from the pool because principals didn't know what they were. Good people not knowing technology the same way that the tech IT department did would then have people who had been vetted to be able to actually do the networking job.
right?
Yeah.
And I know I'm getting off task here, but it is relative. So for example, you just take, for example, the discussion of the pairs and the $200 added to the annual salary. And we start costing out like the exposure of different models for our salary grids when we get there. Well, you can't just run total number of employees at a certain level. Then you got to continue to add on all these various pieces
Mhm,
because your numbers aren't going to line up with,
mhm.
but we have that across multiple groups.
Yeah.
But teach, especially with teachers as well, but it would be nice. It was a pure conversation of salaries and salary grids, but there's all these things we add on.
Mhm.
And it's really hard to calculate sometimes exposure for that matter, what a person is truly making.
Yeah.
And the thing that from our side, I apologize, the thing from our side that has always been the thing that's hard to calculate is what having quite well-trained people save the district in the long run. When you have a para who knows how to de-escalate a situation, you don't end up having a parent sue you because the student was, handled wrong, or you don't, when they're well-trained in how to deal with medical issues, you don't have the potential exposure there. Those are the other side of the what I always call the soft side of the issue. And again, that is money also, that if we don't end up spending a tremendous amount of money on legal costs, that ends up something that can come to your salary tables. And for the other employees that also need to, your principals and everybody else that needs to, So that's, I think that's our point with saying why we think that this training embedded or where they can take it after their duty day is so important.
Well, and turnover cost year after year too, as we churn, the revolving door of teachers and support staff. If we can start looking at some of these pieces too that help keep people here, turnover starts to become less, which brings more money back to the table as well, as we have people here and we're not constantly training new people, because that's expensive as well.
Right. And the one thing that the superintendent said, of anything he said in that last part of his conversation, was that we train people too. Well, no, we really don't. We do on the job. The person who's doing the job trains the person. There's not for your support staff, not your non-instructional support staff. That training element has never been what it needs to be to help them come in to actually do the job. It's experienced para kind of taking the new para under their wings, or the experienced secretary taking the new secretary under their wings, has been in large part a lot of the training. Now, I know Heather's been working hard to try to get the secretary training up in an annual basis, which has been a good plan, but that's relatively new to our district.
Was. Okay,
Caucus, we'll do teachers later.
so actually, can we do teachers supplements? And so some of those are like the same, so let's do the appendix C. And then I think we'll take a break and.
Compensation later.
Um,
I've saved teachers for last.
Article 22.
I got two and then.
if we have two more, let's do those two and then let's take a break in caucus. Yeah, yes.
All right. I think what we'll do then, we'll just walk through this as it lays out in the contract. So let's start with teacher article 22. And then we will segue into appendix C. I think the handouts are coming around.
All right. You're getting appendix C right now.
And then 22 is coming around.
Thank you. I have this. So there are two things coming around.
You got teacher 22 and appendix C,
Wi-Fi again.
internet with a capital I. Old guest. Yeah. You can unplug me. I don't. Whatever. Pull that one out. There you go. When you need it. I'll be good for.
Make her rate of pay, read to, but it's kind of like.
That's the case.
Oh, no.
Like you might have somebody who's 30 years.
You confused me by it being at full weight.
Looks like paras are in pink, ESPs are in blue, and teachers are in white today.
I just need to circle. This is the counter.
The paper company canceled some color.
PD drive. Are we okay with?
Really?
Yeah, Ivory's dead.
Another way to save money for the district. Just to switch over that one.
I think we'd agree to it in our
Okay,
preliminary. recommend.
And if you want to make copies in color, you can just buy color.
I actually ended up without, I'm sorry, because I'm not paying it. I have the district's counter to 22.
You need supplemental salaries. Good.
I need the supplemental.
I gave all my copies and passed it.
Okay,
Good catch. Thanks.
thank you. Sorry about that. Oh, sorry. This doesn't count. Thank you, thank you.
That's based on what they did in ships.
It was that, is it that plus here?
Mhm.
Are we still where we were in plan?
Think it should be given that rate because of the things that they're doing, but I think we need to be able to identify how many. Is it one per school?
Talk about.
Let me just have some document.
That's what I was trying to find. As far as.
All right.
All right, we're gonna begin with Article 22, and then we'll go from there into Appendix C. As you look at Article 22, we'll go to page 2 of 12. Bear with me if I'm repeating what we said last time, but I just put a yes by the strike through language because I think Stephanie, you had presented that it was just
Yeah.
said it and it's done.
Yeah, it's something.
Totally good. And then on page 3 of 12, Article 22.1-4. I had just said, yes, we had got rid of the Appendix D,
Mhm.
and then we'd agreed it was going to be in accordance with the Article 22.18 when making budgets
Yep.
for teacher pay. I think that was specific to the special schedules for the grants and things like
Yeah,
that.
yep.
Did we want to talk about the equivalency rate
What, is that not embedded in Article 22.18?
referring to the standard schedules? Talked about.
We want to unpack equivalencies there. When we do the grants or not, or
Which one?
specifically looking at 22.14. Take a good look at that one real quickly.
Well, and actually 22.18 refers to workshops and conferences. that they'll be paid at their regular hourly rate of pay.
So that would be an embedded already in the contract piece.
So if they're grant writers doing a position, I think what we, if I remember correctly, and Kim and Mary Ann out the, those of you who've been on for a while, before my time, I think that grant writers were trying to use special activity pay to cost out grant
Oh, yeah.
instead of paying at their regular hourly rate. Because that was referenced in Appendix D. And so we have kind of squashed that practice over the years. And so we saw that was outdated and that's why we were striking that through. But 22.18 is referring to PD and conferences. And so if that's not the correct article or that needs to be referenced,
Can we just take a minute and look
Yeah.
at 22.18?
Yeah.
We'll unpack this together. Who's got it?
22.18
It's already here.
is on page 8.
Yeah, let's go there real quick.
And it just is a sentence. It says teachers required by the board to participate in workshops or conferences on a day other than a regular contracted workday will be paid at the employee's regular hourly rate of pay.
And that would be relevant to a grant funded, let's say MSAP grant, whatever.
Yeah, like grant funded PD.
So that would define.
But we're not necessarily talking about grant funded positions then.
And that was why we removed all the extended learning in summer school.
What is that specified in the contract? So for example, our grant writers, if they know it's special activity, they cost it out at special activity, or if they know it's regular rate of pay, they'll contact budget for the equivalency, or they have it from the beginning of the year.
So a long time ago, before I think you were here, or I was in this position, we had grant writers that were trying to use special activity rate for things like PD and when they should have been paid their hourly rate of pay. And so that's why we said specifically, and I think a few bargains ago,
Yeah,
clean that up,
we had to clean,
that they were at their regular hourly rate of pay, not special activity pay.
Because that's what they budgeted, where people paid incorrectly.
Well, people were paid special activity instead of being paid their hourly rate.
For
And
the
this was
contract at that time.
For the contract at that time.
there were two,
Clean that up, I think 3 bargains ago at this point.
there were two elements that we had to clean up, but when grant writing was really prolific. They would find the least expensive route to go. And if Brian, you might have been in the position the first time around where we had grant writers would choose which basic para, even though the job was not a basic para job. And we had to put in language for that and in language to clarify the how we paid people for
Yeah.
training.
So is that not covered in the section where we say they make their hourly rate of pay regardless of what type of?
Yes.
I think that's where I'm confused.
Well, and yeah, we may not need it because we have cleaned it up in other areas. We just saw, like, when we were going through this, when we were looking at the holdback proposal from last time, that actually caught my eye because I was looking for Appendix D references as we've been going through. Since we did TA on that title change, we were looking to clean that up. And so, I mean, we can reiterate again, or we can leave it, or we can strike it. I mean, it really is referenced in other parts of the contract now.
I kind of lean towards striking it for simplicity, so your parameters for pay are in other areas. It doesn't really matter the funding.
I mean, I don't think we really, it's 6 of one, half dozen over another, because it is referenced in other places at this point. And
And I think the district also put in internal mechanisms.
What we've done is when the grant, if it was written the wrong way, then the general fund is the one
Mhm.
that, I mean, so we're following.
Yeah.
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 We're Following the pay
yeah,
schedule.
well, and I think the grants now at this point are not written that way. We've gotten away from that. We've
So-
cleaned it up.
Are we-
They work really closely.
Yeah.
JD, and we've got them all together now.
Yeah.
Once
We're not working in silos so much anymore.
So then it would appear to me that we're in consensus of striking 22.18. Is that what we just said? Or we can redo a re-proposal? Do you want to just take that into consideration and
It's referenced in other places
Check.
at that point.
As long as it's referenced in the-
Yeah.
Because we have,
Should be getting paid when other work
no,
outside of
that's already here though.
Okay.
that's what it says,
18. Okay, I thought you were striking.
No. Point, so
22.18.
22.1.
Yeah.
Now, 22.18 would be a strike.
72.
And then we are then looking back to
73, 216.
page 22 point, I'm sorry, not page, article 22.14. Which then I don't think, yeah, we, in accordance with article, we don't need, we'll get rid of, we wouldn't need that then in accordance with article 20.
Could you say the article site again?
Hour schedule, making budgets for teacher pay scale.
2214.
Yeah, no, 1.4, I'm sorry.
Okay, one
So
dash.
back to 22.14, I believe what we've said is grant writers must adhere to the salary schedule in making
Yeah.
budgets for teacher pay schedules.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
What are we doing?
We, in article 22.1-4, we got rid of the in accordance with article 22.18. Because the 22.18 was the component we just discussed where we made the discussion that it's referenced multiple places. 22.18 said teachers required by the board to participate in workshops or conferences on a day other than regular contracted workday will be paid at employees' regular rate, hourly rate of pay. And we made the statement that that's already covered in other parts of the contract.
We're
My
just saying
question was,
remove
do
the
we even
entire thing.
Which
need
part? All part.
22.1.
22.14.
Yes.
That was
I mean, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, no, I think we do because we're working well now. But there was a time when we were siloed and people in the grants department were making decisions and then we had to come back and
The backside.
on the backside and go through grievances to get things fixed. You've got it working well now, and I agree with that completely, but I think just as a history point and a placeholder to make sure it continues into the future, I think that that should stay there.
If I could just say about 22.18, that if it's somewhere else, I'd just like to know where it is. That,
And we're not striking
Oh, we're not.
0.18. No,
No,
we're not striking.
said-
Striking it from the.
No,
Oh.
striking 20.
Then that's my.
Yeah, we're not striking 2218. No. Yeah, no.
I was like, that's an important stipulation.
Because I was kind of like.
Yeah, no, yeah.
The contract, where else was it? This
Yeah.
way?
Right, and that's what I was asking.
No, so I believe if I'm understanding Jason and Heather
Yeah.
at 22.1-4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
We're gonna get rid of the whole
I mean-
22.14.
Yeah, because essentially it's already, it's stated in a few other places at this point. So,
And
I
then,
think
then
Well, I mean,
leaving
your grievance-
22.18
grievance
that
would be
covers this
there.
one.
If a grant writer,
Yeah.
it's a grant,
exactly.
you're gonna grieve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. So I think that's fine to strike that entire section.
Yeah.
22.1-4
Yes.
And 22.18 on the record remains
remains.
as it is in the contract.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was a little freaked out there.
Yeah, no. 21.18, that's gotta stay.
Because that's where it's.
And-
Yeah, because that's where it is, yeah. And so we're good with this,
And
the
then-
initial placement in that
And then
I
just-
section.
For reference and to give you, like, when they cost out teacher salaries in grants,
Mhm.
the equivalency rate that they use is 73,216. That's a teacher annual salary, probably with
With benefits.
everything included. That would be the
As a
equivalency rate of,
Yeah, just as a cost out for the.
that would be the cost of instructional position in a grant.
Yeah.
And it changes every year. Yeah.
Okay,
JD does the analysis to see what the newest was.
gotcha.
All right.
Okay. And then I see we figured that this would be the case with the payroll holdback options, that you guys would need a little bit more
Yeah.
time with that.
If I,
Yes.
if-
We talked to IT.
Okay.
And her primary concern right now is that our entire structure in SAP is built upon that process, which takes holdback. And as you know,
Gotcha.
we're moving to a new
Yeah.
version of SAP. It'll probably be a couple years
Yeah.
before we get there. So, she's gonna have another discovery call, but
Okay.
right now it looks, we may have to wait for that option until we get to a new system and build the new system around that.
Different option.
flexibility.
and so if we struck that, that may move us ahead for a TA, probably. Relative to, we know we're not gonna be able to implement it in the next year. It's gonna be,
Well, yeah, it would be, because we're at the timeline, by the time we ratify, once this agreement's agreed upon and ratified, August, early September, they wouldn't have it anyway as an option for this year.
No, but we're definitely gonna put it on we have a list of things that we want to incorporate as we move forward. So we've already got that item to
Okay.
research and see if we can do as we.
Okay. What, and you say a couple of years, are we looking at 2 or is it closer to
It's 2
3
to 3,
with pieces coming in?
because there are, downloads that you have to do to our current program, in order to get it ready, and then this document storage. So the type of storage we have changes. So it would go
Okay.
to the SAP HANA, which is a whole
Yeah.
different configuration than what we have now. So we
Okay.
have groups working with all our different areas to look at the processes and how we do things to simplify and streamline.
Okay.
To kind of clean up, but you have to clean it all up before you can move forward. And it's 20 years old, so
Yeah.
it's a little bit of effort.
Yeah, definitely.
But when you think
Yeah.
of things like that, if you definitely share them with us so that as we move forward and plan, we can.
Yeah. I think that was the biggest thing that we heard is that employees just want options. Right. And some people like their hold back, it's what they're used to. They like not having to think about the saving part for the summer or, getting a second job, for the summer part, and some people want all of it up front. I think the more options we can give employees that are out there, it fits everybody's tailored needs for payroll.
We're almost, I
So,
think, done. If you'll look at 6 of 12, I just want to make sure we did have a strike through. I think it was your strike through. But we're okay with that on letter D, 22.12D. Was more, looked like a cleanup during the 10th, 11th and 12th years of service.
and that may have actually even just been a miss. I think that's an old one that maybe I just missed when I was cleaning up
And
the
then
contract. So I'll make sure that's.
the discussion that Stephanie and Heather just had on 22.15, we've got a time limitation on that. So if that comes off, that just, we
Yeah.
could move to another place. And I think that was all we had in this particular one.
Wait on 2.15-2, there's a typo.
Oh, cycle,
Down.
payroll cycle.
That was my screen.
No, that's fine. That's why I wanted to make sure it
Yeah.
wasn't a screen or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
22.15.
15.2.
Extra
Yes,
space
it's like
between.
CY and CLE with about 6 spaces in between.
I'm making the judge.
Yeah.
Where?
Here.
Oh, I see it. Okay, I see it.
All right.
Okay.
And let me finish flipping on through, but I think that was all here. Yeah. And so then if there are no further questions on Article 20, we'll segue into C, Appendix C. And specifically with Appendix C, starting with the first page there with the note. The additional teachers, mentoring teachers deemed to be in need of assistance will be paid at the regular hourly rate of pay for the number of hours agreed. We agree with that language. However, I do need to have further discussion here in bargaining relative to as we have done with like the health contacts and the like for exposure per school. Because it's wide open right now.
Mhm.
And currently I've got $75,000 and this new language at the hourly would increase that
Mhm.
to 75 plus 63. So I would like us to discuss like a limitation of a certain number per school or otherwise.
So should we go into Article 14 for that?
We could
Because
look,
that's where most of this is referenced.
we could go back there. I just want to put that in the room. We could do that at a later time. I don't have Article 14.
I mean, I can pull it
Okay.
if you
we got
want.
something to work.
Okay,
from.
so we're looking at 1410-4.
Yeah.
Question would be that, and maybe this is in 14, I don't have it in front of me. If we're talking about their supplement, if there would be a way for teachers to apply for that, because sometimes it's just selected by the principal and the teacher who qualified don't necessarily have
A shot.
a shot at it. If that makes sense. I understand what you're saying with so many
Yeah.
per school, but if it would be more fair to let teachers apply and then maybe look. It's just an idea.
I think it's a good idea. And what you're seeing is like my gears turning in my head. I was thinking about the words of like a pool. I'm thinking about how PD could be involved. I'm thinking about, well, you can't just have a pool of mentors because it has site specific,
Correct. And admin might not even
So-
know who has the training.
right,
So
right.
that might be making them aware of, okay, this person has it, and this person doesn't, and
And also know that respectfully, not everyone's a great mentor. Some people's skill set and some not.
yeah, just because they have the training doesn't mean they're great for the
Right,
program. I'm
right.
not trying to say that, but I'm just saying,
Right. Which is why, let's see if we can figure out a way to do this in Article 14 perhaps.
It's not. Hold on. I'm trying to throw it up on the,
Oh, you're gonna need to disconnect and reconnect.
okay,
Top at the very top of your screen.
Like it's frozen.
Yeah, it is. It's the right here.
like that,
And then,
and then reconnect
Yeah.
it. Okay.
it was, let me figure out this, these. and then-
Okay. Okay. So 1410.
Yes.
So 1410 references the professional education competence program. Services and mentors shall be voluntary. You know, what? Here, I can make it bigger.
Do we still have that with the district-wide mentoring program? PEC still?
Yeah. And so this is mentoring through the PEC program specifically with what this is referencing.
We did extensive edits to this, what, in the last?
Yeah, two. So
It went kind of silent for a while.
all first year, and so what this references specifically,
14.3,
yeah,
maybe.
yeah, so up to 16 teachers at a time. Receive a
That's your
supplement.
cap Right there.
It's a subject to approval by the PD department.
We may have what we need
So
there.
I think that has you guys control who's in the program.
And does that article reference, it says 14.
So it references 1410-4, which is all first year probation contact teachers in the PEC program will be assigned a mentor, but that may not be the right reference
It's
number.
Article 14. Can you go
Well,
up?
we're in
I
14,
was gonna say, should we just reference the whole?
so maybe just Article
That's where I'm
14.
going.
Yeah, to see Article 14.
And what is it title or was it?
And it's Article 14 is called like professional qualifications.
Okay.
I think it's the name
That's
of,
my discussion is, would that be a catch-all? Because there's multiple articles in
So-
14 that it would be applied to.
yeah,
Can I ask
too far.
how much has changed, even in a short period of time?
Yeah.
To be considered for mentor pay, do you have to have had the mentoring training?
There's a lot of like
Through the PEC
stipulations.
program.
So all of that's still in place?
Yeah.
PD was integrally involved.
Yeah, and they still are with PEC. And so really, I think to y'all's point with having control over who it just,
Stop.
I would say to see Article 14.
I agree. Which see, that's why we don't need new language because we already got a language.
Yeah. So I think there's what y'all need for that. It's already in 14
All right.
referenced.
So,
So. Go ahead,
yes,
Heather.
we looked at, what we spent this year and the number of mentees. It looks like 3 is the maximum, if I recall correctly.
I think they can have up to 6.
That brings us up to 6.
So the,
6 is.
Up to 6 mentees. A mentor can have up to 6 people they're mentoring.
Oh, that's how many people the teacher can have.
Yes.
Yes.
So we haven't addressed how
how
many
many teachers can
mentors.
be mentored?
But I think they have to be, but the catch-all in 14, and I think Brian saw it in 14,
14.45 or 125.
in 1410-3, because it's controlled by the professional development department of who's trained to be a PEC mentor. Because this is specific for PEC mentors.
Hmm.
And so in 14,
Where was it?
it's in 1410-3, I think. 1410 is about the PEC program.
There's 10
So 10-1 qualifications and responsibilities are clear and enumerated.
duties. They have up to 6 new teachers they mentor.
Mhm.
And there's, can you keep going? All first year will be assigned, or does that just go into the assignment?
Yeah, and so mentoring teachers may mentor up to 6 new teachers at a time. Mentor teachers will receive a supplement for each new teacher they are assigned to mentor.
As approved by PD, based on successful.
Yeah, so the supplement is subject to approval by PD staff based on successful completion, uploading, review, and approval of the specific and minimum number of mentoring tools, et cetera.
Can you, on your side, can you see where we start with the mentor training? Or you see where I'm going on that?
I don't know if contract delineates all of that.
On the backside, 'cause I've talked to Dee Dee.
Yeah.
Where they have to develop certain things that they present.
Well,
to
and
mentee.
you were part of the PEC.
Yes.
So Thor is part of the PEC program.
Okay, yeah. That's what I was thinking about. That was last year.
No, I
Wait.
do ACE.
Yeah.
Hey,
I went through PEC. I do the ACE program.
okay, I
I'm a
see.
mentor in the ACE program.
The PEC is usually farmed out to your instructional coaches, and there's an online tool, and they basically sit down with the teachers. Where it says the 4 to 7 tools, it's basically like interactions where, so you have to complete at least one of each kind, but it's things like planning a lesson together, an observation or whatever, but they go through. But it's usually farmed out to the instructional coaches
I
at a
went through the
specific.
training because in order to be an ACE mentor, I had to.
Yeah.
And in order to go into the instructional pool, I had to. But also for,
Oh, that's the presentation. we did.
what else did we use it for? So that you can have a person in your classroom, like
Yeah, but this one's different. Like this is for like almost every new teacher, period, on your statement of eligibility requires going through this. And it's basically like a mentoring thing, the PEC, that's PEC.
Yeah.
Now, there's also the teacher internship, which is a separate training.
Correct.
Yeah, which there's a whole nother mechanism for. But this is something that every new teacher, not to the district, but new, like just received their temporary certificate, they have to do PEC. Like successfully complete it. And it's basically just saying you've been watched for a year.
Can't do it.
They work with the mentor teachers. I've done it.
Yeah,
Do it on what?
I've done PEG.
They have to work with PD.
I'm on email.
yeah,
Based on need.
Because
I think we got what we
Yeah.
need.
okay.
We were just saying that it's a moving target.
Yeah, because it's gonna change every year depending on actual
and
brand new certified, right? Because it's not just if I have 10 years of experience coming into Polk, I don't need a PEC mentor because I've been teaching for 10 years. It's brand new, newly certified folks.
and the limit is that each mentor has 6.
Yeah.
So the professional development
Mhm.
department just has to make sure they've got the appropriate number of tools. So there's not. We're
So we're good with that then? Okay.
All right.
And then I just made a note to strike through the -4 and just say see Article 14.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, okay,
All right, 2 of 10. There's a lot of stuff to talk about here.
okay.
The first thing. For all the appendix where we included the date payouts in,
Mhm.
you'll see that those are stricken out. And that's a discussion of, we know we're paying the supplements, they're gonna come,
Mhm.
and I would be happy to share information as to what we come, we're working behind the scenes relative to how and when and making sure that we collect all that information. But as long, when it's codified, or if it was codified in contract,
Mhm.
it becomes something to be held accountable for in that regard. So the discussion is not being timely or not paying the supplements. It's the fact that I don't see the value in us needing to codify a specific time period to hamstring ourselves as to when we will do something. We could share relative to those dates and those timelines that we're processing and giving all of these supplements out. But it's our recommendation to strike that and not have that a part of the contract. And I've noticed that as we've gone through that it's already beginning to slip in as to like how we're prorating or paying monthly or certain quarters or otherwise. I'm watching that. I'm aware of that. Because that's something that we additionally have to track and monitor behind the scenes as well.
And there's moving parts. You have the school level, has to
Mhm.
send it to the district, and then either HR or payroll, Jenna can correct me, but there's also, every department has to review it. So it's not just the pay date, it's going to
Mhm.
happen well in advance of the pay date for us. When it's going to be paid in the check.
But on the flip side of that, in the conversations that we've had about these supplements, it's super confusing about when they're paid out and how they're paid out, because some are split up, monthly, some are split up into the semester, and that's even true for some of the fine art supplements. I like the way Dan Talbot and we've all worked together to kind of delineate the athletic supplements about the fall, winter, spring, and whatnot. That's been nice, but a lot of our supplements don't have that. And it's confusing and creates distrust with employees when they don't know when the supplement is going to be paid out. Now, I think that on the backside, I know that, let's say the grade level chairs, if the principal didn't submit it to y'all in time, they didn't get paid in May. They'll get paid in June. And so, but I think there has to be some way to hold site-based administrators who are supposed to be sending this to payroll in a timely manner, or in the timelines that personnel and payroll give to them. I mean, there has to be a mechanism to hold people accountable for pay.
To that end, what we get on our side is people who are like, when should I expect this? Because so I have one right now who, because our principal secretary inevitably puts them in late, I've never received a department head stipend until my June check. So I tell people like, hold on, wait until you don't get to June before you freak out. But if I knew I should receive it in May, then they know I need to contact somebody, as opposed to saying in May, oh my God, I didn't get it. Well, don't worry yet, because it may come in June.
Because there has to be levels of accountability from the school-based all the way up through district payroll and personnel of when these are being paid out. And so if I'm a principal and finance and personnel, payroll, they've all told me I have to get my grade level chair supplements and I have to get these supplements in by this date, or my people aren't going to get paid, and then they don't do that, then where's the accountability to the principal for not doing what they should have sent over to payroll? But we don't know that if dates aren't codified for these supplements.
Well, and to that end, let's look for what you said you appreciated about Dan. Now, I'm looking down through there and he doesn't have specific months or dates. See, your proposal was date payout, month, end of month, and otherwise. Dan is not that specific. He offers relative to season.
Yes.
Which
Yes.
I'm making the point that season feels different to me than month and day. And I also want this, if I may be direct, this group to understand that we're looking at, I haven't even quantified how many specific supplements are down through here that we have to load. But that is in addition to how many MOUs that we're also processing. That's also in addition to the point in time that we decide how we're going to load what we decide for salaries and otherwise. I'm making the presentation that for those reasons, I prefer this to not be discussed or codified with specificity in the contract. I'm happy to share as we do outside, as we do with evaluations and other pieces of information and our charts and what our staff are working towards. So you do know how to answer questions. And I'm not saying you're arbitrary in grievances, but I know full well legally, if I don't provide something by a certain time, we've got to come back and we got to write an agreement. We've got to figure it out because we backed ourselves up into a timeline corner.
But I think the timelines are important though for both sides, right? It's important for the employer to know when, so that things are clear. And then it's also clear to the employee of when to expect these supplements, because.
I've got an idea
Okay, go ahead.
that I'd like to just share
Yeah,
behind when we talk,
okay,
that I think we can get this.
okay,
We may have a counter.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's important to employees, and I know it's important to you guys to make sure, because we have to have some kind of time frame so that if people are not paid right, we're not going back and saying, well, which school didn't really do what they were supposed to do. And if we know that holistically, at the end of the year, stuff is going to be paid out in May or June and when they are, and if we have to split them up, if it's too much for them all to be in May, get it. Let's put it in June. But if the clearer things can be, then there is accountability at all levels, because if the school base is messing up, you guys then have the information to address it with that school. And it's not just a holistic, because it may not be a systemic problem, it might be a handful of school sites that need to get their act together. Right. And so, but timelines help both sides have that trust of, I know I'm getting this supplement here. And if I don't, either my school messed up or somebody messed up, and let's fix it. And if it is a school site, or maybe I didn't turn in my stuff on time when I should have, and then I'm going to get paid, in the next one. So I think that it creates accountability at all levels, from the employee all the way up to the district personnel and payroll.
He's gonna make a counter, so I'll reserve.
Okay.
Yeah, we may have a way to
Okay.
get closer than we are.
I'll just add to something like pretty simple. I'm pretty well versed in approximately when things end up in paychecks and whatnot. But the fact that we call different things the same thing is very confusing. I got my civics money for taking that stupid course, which was great.
Indoctrination, by the way.
The money
Thanks,
was
of
great.
course.
The course was terrible. But I got that very early May. I had to text Stephanie because it was a paper check. I had no idea what it was. I had to text Stephanie what the hell is this? I don't want to have to owe $2,300 or whatever to the district. So I need to know what this is before I cashed it. Then it dawns on me. Keep in mind, I was sent an email about this check, approximately what it was going to be, and I still didn't know what it was because it was called MOU stipend.
Everything.
And
Everything.
That's for supplements.
that's a
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
So that's what becomes very confusing. I don't know if I've gotten what I was supposed to get. I don't know what things are called.
And there, we have teachers that are getting several supplements at the same time. And so if they know that grade level chair is going to be here and that, this is going to be here, then they can be on the lookout for those amounts, and then it's less confusing.
Okay. Not a problem.
Okay.
If I may continue relative to page 3 of 10.
Yep.
We'll walk our way through at the bottom of that chart, esports fall season, esports.
Yep.
1,800, 1,800, we would agree, we're good with that.
Okay.
Then when you go to page 4 of 10, esports high school 1.0 full supplement, we're a yes on that. The next place we see an addition is page 6 of 10. Again, at the bottom of the first chart, which is esports high school, a 1.0, we agree with that. So trying to clarify what I'm thinking. So one was for the fall season.
Mhm.
And the other one is for the spring. And then senior high, what you're going to notice here across the board, for senior, middle and elementary, is a strategic, stepping based on level, based on size, based on, maybe a number of students or otherwise. So hearing clearly the discussion we had previously relative to, testing coordinators, that's already embedded at 2,500 for high schools. But if you'll just flip back and forth with me, team, we'll go to 8 of 10. You'll notice middle school testing coordinators, we chunked that down to 2,000.
Okay.
And then if you look below to the, we don't have one at elementary.
No.
So that
Your APs
one's done,
tend to be
but
testing
it creates a
coordinators.
structure and a dichotomy between middle and high. Then if we go back to senior high, we had instructional coaches at 2,000. That's a counter to your 2,500.
Mhm.
Then we walk that down. If you go over to 8 of 10 to middle school, instructional coach would be 2,000. And we did that because it's secondary. We valued the fact that they would be both. We knew based on size, we had some very large middle schools. But that was, we felt there should be a discrimination, if you will, for school-based at elementary. And then we took that to 1,750.
About our large elementary school.
There are large, but I would still leave it as the proposal by level, elementary, middle, high. And then you can review from there. The IBAP, we left that as 2,500.
We determine that would be paid by the IBA funds
A question or statement?
statement.
Okay.
So those are the funds that also provides them supplies at the school-based level.
And training money.
Class training. Yes.
So if that money's being taken away, it's gonna, how are the books gonna be funded? How are the?
There's
necessary
plenty of money.
funded? I'm just asking.
There's plenty to cover that as well. A lot of the schools have extremely high expenses.
Okay, that's just what I was concerned.
Okay,
There's,
so there's other categoricals that can cover the other sides of that.
And then lastly, elementary school, the school counselor. We agreed with the 2,500 there as well.
All right.
That way we don't, school counselors, I believe, are in a group like a pool of their own, irrespective of level.
Yep.
We need them everywhere. So
Okay. Okay. And then the translation services leads
That's
over
that same
into the same
discussion.
discussion we've already had.
the question. Yeah. Is there criteria for that or they're just getting a bonus?
So they have AP, IB and Cambridge have very specific trainings that those like College Board, International Baccalaureate, Cambridge. You have to take those classes and be certified so many years
Right.
to be able to teach those classes.
And some of our teachers don't teach those, don't teach only AP classes. They
Mhm.
teach like one AP class.
Yeah,
So
very similar to our dual enrollment teachers. They may not be full-time dual enrollment teachers. They probably have one or two dual enrollment classes and then a regular schedule.
So would someone that teaches one class receive the same bonus as someone that's teaching?
The way our dual enrollment is paid out, yes, they receive the same supplement. But we've also find that most of our high schools don't have a full-time dual enrollment teacher. You only teach one or two sections and then you have a regular caseload.
You give me the history on why? So in order to teach a dual enrollment class, you have to have a master's plus 30 hours in the content area to qualify for the endorsement.
Mhm.
We're already paying for that. Then on top of that, you're saying we pay additionally for each dual enrollment course they teach?
No, not for each, no, not for each dual enrollment they teach. It's however many they teach, that's the supplement they get is.
Why do they get a supplement for teaching dual?
So the history that came to us from the dual enrollment teachers, that brought this to the bargaining team for our union, was that whether it be Southeastern or Polk State, whoever the school is partnering with through their dual enrollment, they have an extra workload as far as grading and creating content for dual enrollment. It's not just a canned thing from the college. And so they were spending an enormous amount of time grading and reading essays. And so that's where the supplement came in to play, I think, 3
Would-
sessions.
Okay.
And so.
Be expected to do that anyways as a teacher planning lessons, delivering instruction.
Well, but it's above and beyond, like, it isn't, speaking as an algebra teacher, I've never had to do what a dual enrollment teachers had to do as far as grading and providing feedback at the college level.
You also have to go into a different system.
Yeah.
For the, like, you have to enter your grades and a lot of stuff into a different system that's run by the college. It's not like just putting it in Focus.
And so that's where the genesis of that supplement came about 2 years ago.
Okay.
Okay. So it is 2:07. I think it's a good time to caucus, take a break. So for those that are on the live YouTube right now, we'll remain on, but everything will be muted and I'll have up that we are in caucus and then we will come back. We'll try to be back by 2:30, but it might be a little bit longer. Sound good?
you guys gonna stay in here?
Yeah, we'll stay in here. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm ready for it. Ready for that?
Mine'll be okay. Budget.
Okay, so we are back from caucus at 3:23. I guess we'll just go in order of how you guys presented. We'll look at the ESP and para supplements first. Okay. And so with the longevity supplements, everybody? Good.
Rock and
Okay,
roll.
all right. So we would like to propose 45 per month and to your counter of 40. The longevity supplement. $3 extra. I'm talking to folks that do get longevity. Doesn't really make a huge impact, but $8 stacking the way it would start to, they'd see something substantial to them without necessarily it being substantial to y'all. And then with the health contact, had added in the qualifiers that we were talking through. For up to 2 eligible positions across the ESC paraeducator and teacher contracts. Do we also specify outside of the LPN,
Not to include.
not to include the LPN? Yeah. Clinic nurse.
Mhm.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I need to share. Okay. Okay, so not including the clinic nurse LPN across the ESC paraeducator and teacher contracts. And I guess get rid of designated staff to make it sound better. So for up to 2 eligible positions, not including the clinic nurse LPN across the ESP paraeducator and teacher contracts who complete mandatory training requirements. And then with the translation services, we did a little bit of rearranging based on the conversation. And so this is up on the screen too. Translation services, so staff who provide translation services, either verbal or written, outside of there, we strict through normal job duties, and now we are proposing it to say outside of their job description or instructional time, because this is going to mirror across the 3 contracts. So outside of their job description or instructional time, or during teacher planning or scheduled breaks. And then $20 per hour rounded up to the nearest quarter hour. Put some parameters. So if they're being called like during their breaks and they do translation services, or they're being called during their planning time or instructional time, that they would get that translation service hourly rate. We like the translation must be requested by an administrator to perform these services. And then administrators must compile a volunteer list of skilled translators and rotate through that list equitably as appropriate. So that each school, because you're going to have various people depending on your school with various languages, because it's not just Spanish.
You could have Haitian Creole.
Yeah, so to list equitably as appropriate. So they can kind of rotate through that, so that way not one person's doing it and they have a list. And so we felt that the strike through here, translation services are defined as non-classroom related verbal or written services. Because it's not necessarily non-classroom related. It could be, it's just it's outside of these parameters here. And so since we better defined or more clearly defined this, that's why, that was the reason we struck through that
I
part.
think one of our questions was if they have a Spanish speaking student in their class and it's normal practice for them to speak Spanish with their student, they wouldn't receive a supplement for that.
No,
So, okay, to that point, so maybe not unless I'm being pulled, let's say that student has an IEP meeting. And I'm being pulled during my planning period to translate,
Yes, different.
then it becomes different. Yeah, it's like just, no, I'm an ESOL teacher and I speak Spanish to all my students. No, that's why we put outside their job description. Or outside their duty day or instructional time. Or if it happens during their planning, because maybe it is part of their job description, but they're being pulled when they shouldn't be. So it covers both.
so since we had went through and further clarified up in that top part, we struck through that other sentence.
ESP.
This is, I picked one, I think I picked the ESP one, but it would mirror across. And that's why we did inclusive language. So even though this is the ESP, we're mirroring this language across the 3 contracts, keeping it the same. So that we could have a discussion about what that looks like across the 3 contracts. And we also had said this section does not apply to sign language interpreting services within their job description and outlined in para educator 9 and teacher article 22. So if it's within their job description, obviously they're not being paid for this, but if it's outside of their job description, then they would be eligible for this. And then Gina had brought up, you might have a sign language interpreter that can speak Spanish. Right, you know, and just because they're a sign language interpreter wouldn't preclude them from having access to this translation services. And then,
What-
oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, from the interpreters, we wouldn't need that ESP anyway, would we?
Well, and this was in there with y'all's counter, and I think it's just because it was mirrored that since we're mirroring this language, it just was going to be the same in all 3 contracts. But yeah, but we don't have sign language interpreters in the ESP CBA.
I have a question about what may be a unicorn, so to speak.
Okay.
You counter by taking out the classroom related. They're gonna have parents that are more comfortable with communicating and I have an individual who just happens to speak Spanish. That's how they communicate normally with that parent.
That's part of their job description.
Okay, so we agree on.
Yeah, that's part of their job description. Like,
Okay.
that's just them
Okay.
communicating
Okay.
with their kid that's assigned to them. Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
okay,
This is for things outside of their job description, or if it's during like, even if it's my kid, but maybe I'm not the teacher, maybe I'm not going in as the teacher of record for the gen ed, but they're needing me specifically for translation services, then I'm in the translator role, not in the gen ed role.
that's our understanding.
Yeah. Yes,
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
yes. But if I'm just communicating because we happen to speak the same language, then we're,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
yep. Because again, this is all driven by the administrator keeping a list of people that are willing to translate based on their skill set, and then the administrator rotating through people equitably as appropriate.
Okay.
So it's not me just deciding that I'm gonna, say, hey, Jason, I'll translate for you, oh yeah, Heather, you're my principal, now you gotta pay me. Like, it has to go through the administrator to make sure that this is that records are maintained.
And what we had is, we had teachers who were being pulled every planning period because they were the only Spanish speakers to translate. And then being asked to stay after school for IEP meetings, and they haven't been compensated for any of that. So like, they're losing their planning time, they're staying late without that compensation.
And then we will accept the strike through for the financial secretary principals, but to Mr. Hyde's point, we would like to add in support staff micro-credential committee, that a joint committee will convene for the 23-24 school year to create a support staff micro-credential program with the expectation of having a resolution by 24-25.
Can we add, to also include revision to the current job descriptions? That way it'll come together as one package. The min quals will be updated, but that way it all gets done at one time.
Well, and we've been rotating through job descriptions so we can embed this work.
But if I include it there, I'll make sure we don't
Yeah.
miss the timeline.
Something I thought I was having, you know, how we do TAC and other committees. we
Yeah.
Need to define membership or like subcommittee,
Mhm.
that kind of thing.
Mhm.
So right now it just sits out as a joint committee,
Yeah.
so
Well, and we just kind of did that as a starter so we can flesh through that.
that's just
Yeah.
that on the wall.
So do you,
Sticky note for the wall.
okay, I mean, and I think with support staff, you know, maybe having 6 and 6, you know, TAC, we have 10 and 10. 6 and 6 might be a good starting spot for that job description review. So do we, to Mr. Hyde's point, adding in job description reviews? And then a joint committee will convene for the 23-24 a support staff micro-credential program and review job descriptions
And update job descriptions.
and continue to update outside of the ones we have slated for this session, because we have some on the list. And continue to review job descriptions.
Do you anticipate it, the one thing we didn't talk about, do you anticipate it being a singular committee? Or do you anticipate having an ESP committee and a para committee?
This was just ESP, wasn't it?
Well, I said support staff to
Okay.
do it together, because we did it jointly. We did ESP and para together when we had started last year. And I think, and we may need to add some more people, but I think doing it at one time instead of meeting separately will be probably more efficient with time. Instead of having two scheduled, we can do it at one time and have the same. And if we need to pull in expertise with those job descriptions, you know, we sent out those surveys last time, we can pull in, and maybe it's rotating too, like with management, depending on how, who's supervising, and we can rotate through if we do a batch and then rotate again and whatnot. It can kind of be a fluid committee depending on which job descriptions we're looking at. But as I say that out loud, if we're also combining this with the micro-credential program, we need a core group of people to stay so that the work has continuity.
Which is how we did
Yeah,
SAOs.
yeah, yeah. Okay. So,
I'm just, I'm actually trying to process the micro credentialing for the pairs because we've already got a structure built
Mhm.
on 30, 60 hours.
Yeah.
FBA, you know, all that in there.
mhm,
So I think,
Like what we have on the ESP side.
yeah,
And that's a lot of work just to do the ESP pieces.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking.
mhm,
well, so the thought on the pairs is we have that hanging $200
Mhm.
one time, whether it's one time, not one time, blah, 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 blah. And we have ongoing training that needs to be, and they have worked very hard to come up with the
Air Academy.
para academy, thank you. And so really, it would be good, it might be where you could come up with something better using micro credentialing. And in using that process, and then maybe there would come a change to that language.
Better with the,
Would
with the
we-
PD piece on the para side.
Yeah,
Yeah, would, just for the sake that this is in theory language sticking around for a couple of years, could we just insert where it says para academy? We're mirroring it. Or no, it says authorized program,
mhm,
something about like such as micro credentialing or whatever, just like so that it continues on, so the language is still done valid once it's changed over. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I think we'll figure it out. Well, the support staff, I mean, I've said
Okay.
my concern was this is gonna be a lot of work,
Mhm.
but it's meaningful work. I think we have more of a machine built on the para side than we do here.
Well, you have more of a stepping off point for the Paris for sure.
And but PD is working right now on the ESP stuff.
That's all I was saying.
Okay. Well, we would definitely need like Jennifer Rouse and
I think Maria Diaz.
Maria
been
Diaz,
there.
who's been integral with the Para Academy. We would need PD voices in the room too. But since we do have a pretty good structure with the Para Academy, looking at taking what's working with the Para Academy, you know, mirroring it or adjusting it to fit what our need is for our ESPs. Probably doing it together to have the expertise in the room with the para side on how that's working, and then working together and just a support staff group would probably be the more efficient way to use our time.
I'll get us there.
And then I think that really gets to where we were getting at with the initial proposal with the principal secretaries is trying to compensate people for work that they are doing, and then making sure that they're trained and have appropriate training, but then through micro credentialing or however we're going to do that, you know, if we're going to build in mechanisms for that, then I think it gets us to what we were looking to rectify anyway with the $2,400 supplement. Okay. All right.
Concept.
So I don't have this printed. We're typing. So do you want me to email you this version, Laura? Okay. Are there pieces of this that you think we're good to go with? Or pieces that you guys still need to look at?
I was thinking through them in detail as you went through. I didn't have any questions.
So what are your thoughts on the longevity?
I just want to have time to visit with my team.
Okay.
Relative to the counter.
Okay,
And the quantitative
okay.
piece of that.
And so I'll just send you the ESP one, knowing that we'll go through, we would mirror language once.
Did have some thoughts though, down to the translation language,
Mhm.
where we said that the administrator must. And my only thing there, I kept thinking about,
Just one thing there.
could there be a case where a school wouldn't have? Surely
Maybe.
there would be at least one person on staff across multiple
Yeah.
groups. I can't imagine.
But there might be, but then they would have nobody, you know, their list would be zero, like they,
That does happen
And-
because
yeah.
when you have students who speak languages like Gerardi and Chinese, you don't have interpreters for those typically.
Right.
yeah. But I think that them maintaining a list, you know, volunteer list, so that they can rotate through. And then they can even put out a survey that says, you know, what languages do you speak and would you be willing to translate? You know, but I think them maintaining a list, that helps everybody be able to see equity and be able to rotate through. And then it helps, your guys are gonna need that to make sure that you're paying the appropriate people.
Which does it. And then I read and reread and like read it 3 or 4 times, the one about the sign language.
Yes.
I think I finally saw my way through it, but what we're saying there is they can do sign language interpreting per their contract and per their job description, right?
Yeah.
But in this piece, it says, and that's what I read it, it makes sense, it's perfect. That it says, if it's outside of my job description, in other words, I'm not the SLI anymore.
Mhm.
And it's as outlined and I'm speaking Spanish at that point in time,
Yeah.
this language would
Yeah.
apply.
And should we maybe say or as outlined?
And if I'm
Instead of
signing
and?
outside of my duty day or whatever, that's already covered in contract. I want to make sure we're saying,
Yeah. We just wanted to make sure, as Gina had brought this up in our caucus, we don't want to preclude anybody from, any sign language interpreters from getting this if they're doing something outside of their job description.
Yeah, because I think there are 2 sign language interpreters I know that can speak Spanish as well, and so like if they're on break or if they're on something like that and they call them to do that, they could essentially get. Because it wouldn't be their actual job.
Okay, so we just wanted that clarifier just to make sure that we didn't run into an issue later on. Okay, so I'll send this over to you. I'll just keep like a tally, I'll just keep an email up and attach things so that you don't have like 5 maybe emails, and I can just attach them as one email before we're done. And then,
Health contact. Now we,
yes,
what I thought you said, because I made notes, we did qualify up to 2 and we took it across ESP pair.
yes. So what it says
Include the clinic.
up there, for up to 2 eligible positions, not including the clinic nurse LPN across the ESP paraeducator and teacher contracts who complete mandatory training requirements.
So we have paid more than 2 contacts up to this point already in the last 2 years. 'cause
Okay,
Last year was, it's the second year.
yep.
So we were just discussing how do we filter it back down?
Well, it's my understanding, so why, I guess just for clarification for us, why would a principal submit more than 2 names if they only have 3 contacts? The LPN, which is already getting paid for that job, and then 2 alternates.
Those are the backups.
Larger.
So larger schools are having more backups. And so I think that you just have to,
And more people who are qualified.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's an annual training, correct?
it's multiple trainings. It's up to 5 separate
Okay.
trainings.
So they have to do that every year to complete that for the health contact? Correct? Through Mark Wilcox?
I don't know how long they last. I don't have that answer.
I thought it was annual, that they had to do it annually.
There are annual, I don't know that all 5 of them are annual, but there are annual updates.
Yeah, okay.
So
And they've added a new one this past year.
I agree with you on the 3. I'm just trying to find out, because we have a concern of the additional.
right, so during COVID, some schools
Yeah.
expanded, had more, or people who work health contact didn't want to do it anymore.
Yeah,
Temperature takers.
yeah.
So it would be our understanding at this point that up to 2 would include the clinic person.
It would not
That would
include,
be in-
you have your LPN, that's part of their job, and then you have 2 alternates, so 3 total.
3.
Unlicensed assistive personnel,
Yeah,
at the minimums. We never capped it.
okay.
They must have a minimum of 3 health contacts.
Yeah.
Clinic nurse and 2 unlicensed.
Yes,
We encourage schools to have more. COVID taught us that you can never have enough health.
Okay.
I like the 2 plus the 1 that's contained.
mhm.
Total exposure would be 3.
Well, and you're not paying your LPN because that's part of
That's part of
their
her
job
That's
description.
her job.
Yeah.
Right. So. We'll go on.
Okay, okay. I think that's more of just a communication with your admin to make sure that they only have 2 alternates. Okay. All right, so and that's part of the attachment that I'll send to you once we're all done so that you don't get multiple emails. Okay. Since we're talking supplements, let's go ahead and pull up the teacher supplement.
I couldn't resist.
So I'm actually really curious to hear about Jason's date idea.
I agree. When we got back there and talked, you do agree that it helps communication on both sides, our side and your side. And that before school starts, every year we publish a calendar that says when those supplements be paid.
Okay,
Because it could, as we add supplements, as something
mhm,
comes up, there's that flexibility, but that we publish parts when those supplements will be paid that year.
So the thought would be 3 or 4 sentences explaining that we'll submit, annually, whatever, a schedule for supplement pay. if there's a revision or a change to that within a certain period of time, we would notify parties and things like that. And that would be language that would not be like finite with hard dates, but it's something we could all sink our teeth into and know and schedule and respond to folks all through the system. As those questions were.
Because there's some work on our side that needs to be done
Okay.
to make sure that we are not putting ourselves in. We need a little more time to establish what that calendar looks like, just to make sure that we won't be putting ourselves in a bad position where we can't. That calendar. But at a minimum, we should have that calendar every year so as to start the year, folks know when to expect each
Okay.
supplement.
So, and I think our first supplement payout is the highly effective grandfathered in October. And that, because we had outlined that, because there's a few that have dates to Brian's point. So, other than the monthly installment ones. And so would it be fair to say that by the end of August, the district will publish that supplement calendar each school year?
I don't,
Wait, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I had to step away for half a second. My concern, I hear what you're saying and I understand why you don't want to put onus on yourself to have things done by a time certain. But at the end of the day, when people do work and have completed the work, I think they should have the right to know the time frame. So I would be more comfortable. And what I was going to say, I wanted to hear your idea. My thought was to say within 2 months of the work completed, within a month of the work being completed, that there's some time frame that's a reasonable time frame for people to be able to expect the money that they've earned.
And I agree. And I guess maybe what I'm meaning to say is that we need to sit down and establish what that calendar looks like. I agree. We just,
Mhm.
what I don't want to do today is agree to certain days.
The dates.
And then we already put ourselves, but I'm on the same side. of What you're
We will
saying.
need to sit down with a list of the supplements and when the work is typically completed, what our payroll calendar looks like. And then go from there. We have to work through each of them, right?
If there are portions of this that we're ready to sign off on, would it make sense for us to pull this out into its own separate proposal and sign and then have them do that and then bring it back to the table?
Well, kind of what I was thinking through my head, after hearing what Jason idea was that in the first part, when it starts to talk about supplements, and I have it up on the screen here. So, supplements to be paid only after services related or completed, yada, yada. And then maybe adding something here that says the district will publish a supplement payout calendar by August 31st of every school year. Of when each supplement in this agreement will be paid out.
Should it change year to year?
It might slightly, depending if there's new supplements, but it should stay fairly consistent.
What if we haven't
the
completed
calendar.
negotiations and we add new supplements?
Well, and that's kind of where I was going with that is if new supplements are added, the calendar would be revised to include those new supplement payouts. Right, so you have existing payouts, and then I think we codify that here so that if you guys can have it published by August 31st of every school year, I think that gives you guys enough time to look at your history of when you pay out, when you get that done. And then that also gives employees, they know it's coming, and then we can message that.
Brian or Laura, or Heather, any supplements paid out quarterly or just semester based?
Monthly.
We have monthly,
There's some MOUs are quarterly, but they're not in here.
The supplement.
yeah. The
monthly,
athletic
semester.
supplements can be by season. Like I think Dan's team, they pay out like their fall sports are paid out like in November or December.
LC gets paid out monthly. What else gets paid out monthly?
Dean.
Dean, testing coordinator, school counselor.
Enrollment.
Why do they get paid monthly versus quarterly or?
The deans have always had it paid out monthly. And so when we did the testing coordinator and
Well, the point is, if you want a consistent calendar, we can't have this shotgun approach to the stipends, right? So why are some justified to be paid quarterly versus some being paid monthly versus?
so I can kind of see that because it's when the work's done. And so since deans and testing coordinators and school counselors are continuously doing that work, it's been it's been paid out on a monthly basis because that's part of the supplement for their job description, right? And then you have athletics are paid out when the athletic season's over.
Is it a supplement or is it salary?
Why do they get a supplement?
Who?
What is the dean? Why, I mean, why do we?
It's been in there forever.
And the deans do, the
And they
deans
do after school.
school events.
So, they're responsible for supervising games and after school duty beyond their 7.75. They don't get a planning period. Same with school counselors, they don't get a traditional planning period. They're responsible for if a kid's in crisis, they're obligated to stay.
But it makes sense
Yeah.
to incorporate that in the salary schedule and get.
Okay, I'm glad you brought that up, Heather, because this is actually something that we've been talking about, and I don't know if it's gonna happen this year. But going to a more step in lane, I think that if we can move to that where non-classroom positions like deans that already are getting these supplements, when that's their base pay, I just don't think we're there yet. And so these supplements have been a way to compensate folks for they don't get their planning period, they do extra duties outside of their 7.75. But I think eventually, at least our vision with the superintendent is to create a salary schedule where we have steps and lanes. And possibly some of these supplements going away once we have built things into their base pay. But I don't think we're quite there yet.
I'd like to discuss that amongst our team, just to see if we could bring back a proposal, because the problem is we're creating such a burden on payroll. It's not a matter of whether or not the work's being done.
Right.
But if we're impacting payroll, that's part of the reason why we're making so many errors. It's part of the reason why this is because of secretaries. This is everyone. We can eliminate that. Potentially.
We would love to talk about this being a part of their base salary, because I think that it does relieve a burden off payroll. It does start to count toward their FRS when it's in their base salary.
Stephanie, remind me, why are deans in the instructional unit to begin with?
They're like on a teacher on assignment.
Are we like the only district left in Florida that does that?
I think there's several.
So
There's some that do it differently, that treat them as admin. There are some that don't.
yeah, because they evaluate.
Really a district by district thing.
Correct. So in Orange, we had to create an instructional dean position because we didn't have one. And that fell in the instructional unit. That made sense. More of a coach at the time. But all their deans were administrative. Jacksonville was administrative. I'm not trying to take anybody out of the bargaining unit. It's just what they're typically considered to do, unless all we ever do is utilize deans for discipline.
Primarily.
Primarily.
But how are you growing
Well, they're not allowed,
pipeline?
they're not allowed to evaluate.
They're not evaluative.
Now, there's different roles. Some of them don't do discipline at all.
Yeah,
Some of
there's
them focus
academic
on the
needs.
discipline, focus.
But then how are they, but that's part of my question, right? So if we're trying to create a pipeline, how are they getting the experience that they need if all they're doing is being relegated to discipline or operations or whatever issue they're being relegated to? It's worthy of a further conversation in the future. It's just, what is the intent behind it? Ultimately, where do we want them to go? And I think that's important for us to discuss because it has very much become the pathway to administration. So
Well, generally your instructional coaches, your deans. Some of your LEAs go that route, but it's mainly your instructional coaches and your deans that tend to go into the pipeline for
I'd be
admin.
curious to see how many of our APs came.
Your deans are instructional
APs
coaches.
over operations. We have a disproportionality in our administrative ranks. Whereas there's significantly more African-American males who are assistant principals over operations. Very few are assistant principals over instruction.
Absolutely.
And as a result, they're not getting the same opportunities to be promoted because they don't get the experience. And so I'm just thinking long-term, what's the intent behind the position? And if the intent, if this is for people who, and there are some people who just want to be a dean and never want to move, fantastic. But it might make sense for us to revisit it. I would prefer to pull it into a salary, but that's up to Jason and Heather and them to do the analysis and figure out what that looks like.
And I will say, we've always believed that it was a leadership pipeline.
Because I'm just so accustomed to deans being utilized. They didn't necessarily cover core instruction, but they may cover PE or they may cover another area to lessen the burden on the evaluation process. And so there might be an opportunity for us. They've got to learn that at some point. They've got to, and more important than the evaluation, we've got to get people to understand how to provide real feedback and not just fluff.
But we also can't assume that just because you're a dean, you want to be
No, I'm not assuming that.
principal. And so to assume that we want them to be,
We could keep the academic dean, I guess is what I'm proposing for future conversation is, can we differentiate between the academic dean and in more of an administrative dean role? Because the academic could stay. Maybe the administrative role moves into a different category. We call it something else. I don't know, but
Are
you
you
would definitely have to.
like a dean of discipline and then an academic? dean?
Yeah.
Yeah, we.
and I don't want to call it just discipline. I want to
But-
make an administrative dean or
But I'm
something
just
versus
saying-
an academic dean. We have probably a better title than that.
Yeah, but just that concept.
Yeah.
Facilities and.
Yep.
Just like the APs, there's the facilities AP and then the curriculum person.
Correct.
Yeah.
And we're trying to address years of disproportionality and our leadership pipeline data is not very good. We have a high passing rate and completion rate, but a very low placement rate.
Mhm.
Very low.
Yeah.
Which has led people to not want to pursue opportunities because they interview 12 times and they never ever really get good feedback and they give up.
Yeah. Well, and I think, from our side, we definitely want to see, we treat in our contract a non-classroom position as a promoted position, but we don't compensate necessarily for it unless we have like our supplement carve outs,
Sure.
right? And so creating a lane for a
Yeah.
promotion into a non-classroom position, because it is viewed as a promotion, it just has not traditionally had a monetary value to it.
Well, it would make it easier on our staff, on the payroll staff. But so let's see what we can come up with.
Oh, and I'm not beating a dead horse, but I'm going to tell you, when that career ladder piece came out, it was considered for all groups, including that. And we talked about what a step up would be without it just being a AP or a principalship.
Yeah.
And so that if I don't want to be a principal, but I have this ladder where I can take my expertise and bring value to the district. And
But that's why we created the coaching pipeline that I'm paying for, right? So we have a 94 or 96% completion rate right now. I got the update from Grand Canyon University. So of a full cohort, I think 96% got A's their first quarter. So when we created that pipeline, because we don't want people just to think the only way I can get advanced or get paid additional dollars is to leave the classroom. We don't want that.
Right.
We created that coaching position. I think we already
Yeah.
decided on stipends and stuff for that. So
Well, and you can pay me $1 million to be a principal. I want no part of that. But moving up to where I could have value to my profession, to mentor teachers and to provide value with curriculum expertise, but moving that into that step and lane, like we've been discussing, I don't know if we're there for this year. And so the supplement is the only avenue we have right now.
supplement doesn't count towards retirement.
These
Well-
supplements do, longevity supplements do not. Yeah, these supplements count toward FRS.
Current subject.
Got it.
And so what I'm hearing, to go back to the calendar piece, is maybe adding a piece right there.
The only thing I was gonna ask Stephanie before was you said August 31st, if we could push it an extra 30 days. Because we're ramping up all new employees. So on payroll, I'm just trying to think about what happened last year.
Mhm,
We put the pay raises through and we did everything. We tried to get everything paid out the first check
mhm.
and it just. Jason,
And I think our first supplement payout, that's a chunk of money, not a monthly payout, is the highly effective grandfathered at the end of October.
so if we could push that to September,
30th is better.
yes,
I don't think it impacts,
to create a calendar, that would
Yeah.
be better for us.
I don't think it impacts payouts. I mean, because the monthlies are already going to be loaded. So
Gives you guys more time. Make sure we don't miss anything and take that off of payroll
a,
and HR. Yes, ma'am, sorry. I don't mean to isolate this next year.
And now this, this burden on payroll by paying these few extra positions, a supplement, is that a recurring burden or is that just a?
It's because of changes, and that's why Laura brought up HR. So this year's stipend recipients is not last year's stipend recipients. And again, the verification process we've now put
Okay.
in place to make sure that nobody does get paid for the wrong stipend
Okay.
and supplements. And that's where we ran into problems. You remember at the start of last school year, when we tried to cram through all the raises,
Yeah.
there were a lot of mistakes. And that's what we're trying to avoid is we don't want to frustrate our employees anymore. We want to frustrate them less. So if we could just get an extra couple days.
To your point, there's that appendix C times 160 schools,
Mhm.
times how many are ever eligible to be out of school and submit that we load for.
Sure.
And then on top of that is what we also commit to by way of the MOUs,
Mhm.
which are, there's a ton of stuff behind that. So sometimes we feel like we're just a continual residual machine of pumping out these supplements while we're trying to load raises, while we're trying to, work on these other pieces. So quite a-
I
Quite a
get it,
lift.
but I just wondered if it was like a recurring thing or if
Yes.
like once it was set, you
No.
can kind of forget for like a year. So because I mean, as a testing coordinator, you're gonna check every single month.
Yeah.
Have my supplements in there?
Yes.
one that's annual,
Because
but
you
you
could have
get yours
transferred
every
out of your
month.
position. And you're not eligible anymore.
And your principal may not have notified us, and then we overpay you, and then you got to give your repayment.
In the new SAP system with HANA,
Yes, sir.
is there going to be
Which is under
Right.
current.
electron, like where things like this can be submitted, where there's more an electronic footprint instead of a paper footprint?
Yes.
Okay, because that will also alleviate some of that.
And we're currently in the process, just to your point, of evaluating payroll and procurement to a certain extent to determine if there's any portion of that. What's the trade-off? Do we add 10 more staff or do we outsource a portion of it? That way, like, for example, fall stipends funneled through an outside provider, we would get more. Would we get a better turnout and for a cheaper cost? But that's what we're looking at now.
Gotcha.
But the systems have to be improved because the breakdown could happen anywhere. That's the problem is we don't know if it happened at the secretarial level, at the administrative level, at the district level.
Sure.
That's why we're trying to put those sign offs in there.
So I was just, as we were talking through that, so the district will publish a supplement payout calendar by September 30th of each year. Any new supplements agreed to after this date will be provided in a revised supplement payout calendar.
As an assurance, do you want to put a sentence at the end of that, like a note or an asterisk that says this will not adversely impact monthly paid stipends during August? I mean, I don't know. If you
Yeah.
can Say something
Month,
so that they don't feel like it's being delayed,
monthly payout supplements will,
unchanged.
yeah, will be paid out monthly.
I don't-
As regular, something like that. So if any new supplements agreed to after this date will be provided in a revised supplement payout calendar, what would be an appropriate timeline for you guys? If a new supplement is agreed to revise the calendar? Like, let's say we agree to a supplement and there's grant money and we agree to a supplement in November. Usually with the MOU. With an MOU, we have the timeline, and so you'll just revise the calendar with the updated MOU. Okay. So any new supplements agreed to after the state will be provided in a revised supplement payout calendar. I would actually, after this date, we'll follow the agreed to MOU.
Be codified in a memorandum of understanding.
It'll be
Memorialized, clarified, agreed to. Usually agreed to between parties. We'll get to that in a minute. That's what we usually say, mutually agreed between parties in a memorandum of understanding. That's how we shall speak.
All right, does that sound okay?
Yes. It will be.
It's agreed upon,
Agreed.
on instead of agreed to.
Well, her original statement was like, what if we just like, for whatever reason, because this isn't a contract, we haven't reached an agreement by this with our, so maybe it's not an MOU. It's just not been added into the supplemental appendix. Because we
Mhm.
haven't finished bargaining, like say a pile of money for our lap and we're able to add some, that wouldn't be an MOU.
Mhm.
So I still think maybe something about adding or a bit will be added as they come up.
We would probably also want to, any MOUs that we do, we'd probably want to revise the calendar anyway, so we have a comprehensive document. So that like Jenna's team isn't chasing down MOUs to see what needs to be paid out, if we can keep it in a comprehensive list. So I guess that goes back to my point, like, what do you guys think would be an appropriate timeline after like we agree to an MOU or after maybe something's ratified, if it's ratified after the 30th?
2 months.
2 months,
60 days.
60 days will be added to 60 days after. Okay, so any new supplements agreed to after the state will be added. Calendar within 60. Whoop. Calendar days. As within 60 calendar days. This will be published on the district website.
On the website, share
Emailed.
between parties,
Huh?
share between parties.
Okay.
We'll transfer.
All right, then I'll leave that off then. So we're good with that? And then we can delete the date column. Okay. All right. So then moving through, then that, well, I guess we had a question. But we'll go straight to the senior high school supplements. Because you guys were good with the esports for the MOU that we have signed and all that stuff. So with the deans, you and the testing coordinators, you guys added over 10 months. With the school counselors, are they paid over the 11 months? Since they're 216 now? Do we need to add in over 11 months?
They might vary, flex it,
Correct.
why it's not in there.
Based on employee schedule.
Based on employee schedule, 10 or 11 months based on employee schedule. So then over 10 or 11 months, depending on employees or calendar,
I know, but it.
employees approved work calendar.
I already put them.
Okay.
Empty.
We are good with the instructional coaches 2,000 counter. You accepted our initial proposal for the AP IB in Cambridge of 2,500, so obviously we're good there.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So if they're an AP or IB teacher and none of their students test well, so they don't get a bonus, will they still get that supplement?
Yes, because they get a bonus from the state with a 3, 4, or 5. Because again, the same amount of work goes in, but you also have populations that we are providing AP and IB and Cambridge opportunities for that traditionally don't test well. So
I personally, if our side's okay with it, would like to do a little bit more research before we formally agree to that one.
as long as you understand what Stephanie is saying about the fact that Polk County made a decision a long time ago, not just to cherry pick the cream of our students to go through AP and IB in Cambridge. And we decided to open it up in a much more broad fashion for students who even at some have opportunities, even though they're struggling some academically, to give them, it's
Exposure and
exposure.
And so then you're penalizing, if you were to go based off of just test scores, which they already get state money through College Board and IB for those bonuses.
Well, we did an initial cost estimate based on your questions. So we looked at it and just on those individuals that have students that score, it was
Not the court.
$500,000. So I personally want to look and determine how many teachers there are and what that cost implication is, and then review the funding before we give you an answer. I understand.
So with your counter, you're pulling back. I just want to be clear.
Can I ask a question? So I just want to make sure I understand. So we're saying that the focus of benefit is exposure, not achievement.
It's both.
I think it's both. But you have populations of children that historically maybe don't test well, but you also want to provide them opportunities for advancement. And if you continually keep kids just because of a test score, because they don't test well in regular classes and don't excel them where in areas where they want to have opportunities to excel and accelerate, then you are, and this also disproportionately affects our Black and brown students.
And in fact, that was a conversation why we did this, was that the communities, that the African-American and Hispanic
To
community
open up opportunity
upset that their students did not have equal access based upon maybe not the student's a potential ability, but a current grade. So some decisions were made about how we levelize the county, because IB was only in Bartow for a very long time. Certain things were only happening on one side of the county and not the other. So that is how we ended up resolving some community concerns as well.
I understand. If I might, I understand. I just want to make sure that we are asking and answering questions where they sit. I definitely understand this proportionality. I definitely understand the historical aspects when it comes to instruction, when it comes to communities. But throughout these talks, we talked about students benefiting, the students benefiting, the students benefiting. And I just want to be sure, if we're talking about exposure, if we're talking about achievement, and if we're talking about compensating, are we compensating for exposure? Are we compensating for achievement? These are fair questions.
Yeah, no. But before because Raz is an IB teacher at Bartow, so I will turn the floor over to her in a second. But I think the amount of work that goes into teaching advanced placement, international baccalaureate in Cambridge, that work doesn't change no matter what your population is, whether you have you're very high achievers or you're opening this up to get more kids to have exposure, right? The work is the work. And so you may not have, and it may take years to build a program, but you have to start somewhere. And so the work is the work, but those kids maybe necessarily don't pass or they do pass. And so that doesn't mean the caliber of teaching is any less. And so I'll turn it to Raz now.
Stephanie kind of said what I was going to say about the exposure piece, but I'm actually, for those who don't know, it just leads into it, working on my dissertation for my PhD, and it happens to be in students who were heritage language was not English in AP or IB courses. And so I've done a lot of research on this. I'd be happy to share articles that if you are exposed to an EP, IB, Cambridge level course, even if, especially with AP, because you need to remember that Cambridge and IB are junior, senior level courses. I teach the course AP Human Geography that is predominantly just freshmen. Your pass rates are not the highest among freshmen because it's the very first time they've ever had an AP course.
Mhm.
Now, higher than it would be if you had all seniors in that course. Now, that exposure, though, studies have shown again and again that that exposure leads that kid who maybe got a 2 on AP Human Geography the next year to go into, let's say, AP Government. And get a 3, because they learned the study skills they needed freshman year to move on to sophomore year.
Mhm. And so, and I also,
I'd like to see that.
for
I don't-
procedural,
I'd like to see that data. Because our
Raz is doing her,
our school district data does not necessarily reflect that.
They're mostly from,
But if they're white papers and research papers, I'd be more than happy to review those, but because our own district data does not adequately support that thesis.
I understand what you're saying. I know I was.
Because I see our passing rates. And so if we're gonna pay AP teachers, are we on that topic? Is that where we are?
Yeah.
Then quite frankly, I think AP teachers should be further incentivized for every student that scores a 3, 4, or 5. But if you have an AP class and less than 10% of your students are passing with a 3 or better, and we paid for the training and we paid for them to take on that additional duty, why am I compensating them even more above and beyond that?
My concern is, I totally get what you're saying, Mr. Hyde, but
That's not a gateway, right? So we're not talking about the gateway or access
Okay.
class. We're talking about,
it's where I do want you to understand that, and as a social studies teacher, AP Human Geography typically is that gateway class. So we've been working, we've had a cadre this semester or this past school year where we're working with those teachers, and I was part of trying to help facilitate that. Because I've been teaching the course 13 years.
but that's also the class with the highest pass rate of all AP courses, AP Geo,
53%.
AP Human Geo. Statistically.
No, psychology is higher, so is, I'd have to double check with you, but I know there are a few higher than that. But yeah, what I was going to say was, losing my train of thought now with so many things
Sure.
going around, but, I'm really passionate about this issue, so I'd be happy to share the paperwork with you.
so just procedurally, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Okay, you guys provided a counter. You accepted our offer of $2,500 for the AP Cambridge IB. Are you reneging on that? Are we coming back? Like, I just want to know procedurally where we're at here.
No, I think we were just clarifying.
Okay,
I think,
Heather had said she wanted more time, but I just want to clarify procedurally.
Brian, where are we at?
You accepted our proposal with this, and I want to just make sure that we're clear on where we're at.
And I'm trying to determine if we're gonna be, what else is gonna be on here by the time we're done to see if I need time to go back and review.
Okay.
I'm not sure today or not. So that's where I'm going.
I just, as we were going down, you accepted some of our stuff that we had proposed and then countered with others. That the the AP, IB and Cambridge was the amount that you accepted in your counter. And I just want to make sure that we all understand where we're at procedurally.
Can I ask a question
Of course.
as a non-educator? Can you teach just one? I know on the AP, you can just teach one AP. Do we have people just teaching one IB course?
Teach IB contemporary history, 2 or 3 sections of it a year.
Typically with the IB, because you have Haines City and Bartow, generally your IBs teach multiple sections of IB. They might pick up an AP here or there, or they might even be assigned a regular class depending on Bartow or Haines City regular needs. They predominantly, their schedule is mostly IB with maybe an AP or a regular sprinkled in.
And the Cambridge ACE, are those?
Cambridge is at Winter Haven and Tenor Rock.
Your teachers usually teach several sections. They
Of that.
still might have, they might, if I'm doing English, I might teach 3 of my preps might be regular. But usually they're putting all of the Cambridge kids that on that grade level into 1 or 2 teachers.
Just some of our discussion back behind the door was it seemed a little like they're lumped in together. Like if you teach one AP course, I'm getting 2,500.
Well, you generally, yeah, you teach. So how the dual enrollment is that the way the dual enrollment supplement is currently paid out, if they teach 1 or more dual enrollment courses, they all get the same supplement. And so this was mirrored to be like that, knowing the AP and Cambridge are actual programs.
I would say typically AP and IB teachers, I can't speak to Cambridge because I've never taught Cambridge, but AP and IB teachers tend to teach multiple sections of those preps. The only one that is different, and this is something to keep in mind, are your smaller schools. Like I taught for 9 years at Fort Meade Middle Senior. And I would have maybe one EPQ and GO and one world history, AP world history, depending on the year, because of the population and the number of kids. And I teach other regular pieces. So at our bigger schools, you tend to teach more sections of AP and IB. But smaller schools, you may just be teaching 1 or 2 sections.
And can I speak to actually, this kind of ties into the other one. At some of your schools, what you have is a struggling student population. We want to provide them the opportunity to take the AP classes, but your teachers, if they have not previously been through the AP training, they don't have to turn around and do it. So we can say we don't want to teach AP classes, and then all of a sudden they're not offered at that school. So this is incentivizing them to get the training, follow through with the training. And yes, they are incentivized for the test scores, but at the same time, in some schools, you're going to teach a section of students who were put in there knowing they need the exposure, but administration and guidance being fully aware that they're probably not going to score on the test at that 3, 4, 5 level, but we want them the opportunity. Like that has been the focus, is saying, like, maybe once they're exposed to this, it'll motivate them and push them forward. But as a teacher, I'm still teaching a large group of students who, on the back end, I know I'm not going to get a bonus out of it from the state level. And so yeah, the supplement is incentivizing me to go ahead and do that AP training and do offer those classes, because I know I'm not going to get the bonus on the back end of it.
Then why do we have such disproportionate numbers of teachers taking on that responsibility at our schools? We have some schools that offer 1 or 2 AP classes versus others that offer 16.
To my
Part of this is a pupil recruitment plan. If what you're telling me is true, that we are intentionally placing students who may not be prepared for AP rigor instead of putting them in dual enrollment, I assure you that's going to change very quickly.
Okay, that
That's happening.
AP is not, first of all, we don't have equity across the school district with AP. Not every school has the same,
They don't.
and that's our problem. And I would also hope that most of our AP training and most of our AP teachers have all been recently recertified or retrained, because a lot's changing. I don't even know the future of AP is going to be, quite honestly, in the school district or in the state of Florida, depending on what happens with senior leadership. But we are going to have a heavier emphasis on dual enrollment. That doesn't diminish the expectation and opportunities for those students. It is a far better opportunity for our students as a whole. Part of the reason why I think we have such a poor passing rate in some of our AP courses is students have no skin in the game. In states where students have to pay to take the assessment and parents are paying for 6 or 7, that comes out to $600-700, then they have skin in the game. But if a student doesn't realize that they score 3, 4, or 5, they're going to get college credit. And unfortunately, AP credits are not applied equitably in all colleges and universities. So you can pass AP BC Calc with a 5. It does not apply to your core study. It applies as an elective in some schools. And so that's why dual enrollment is a preferred methodology, because that is a guaranteed credit on your transcript, period. There's no playing games with it. So if I take calculus at Polk State and I pass it with a C, guess what? Calculus is off my transcript as far as a core course requirement moving forward. So I'm glad we're having this conversation, because it's really, in reality, we don't have fairness and equity in our AP. And I don't want to take it away. I think for certain students, it is the optimal. For other students, IB makes sense. For other students, Cambridge makes sense. But for the reality is the vast majority of our students would be better served in dual enrollment. And we will be placing a much heavier emphasis, as you know, in all of our high schools to expand dual enrollment.
And you might, just a suggestion, you might survey your AP teachers and ask that question: what percentage of my class, your classes are students being placed in there that are not currently
Prepared
ready?
for the rigor.
Because I'm from personal experience, I was not incentivized to teach AP courses because I was going to work harder as a teacher than in my regular course. And I knew I was getting nothing out of it because I wasn't going to see the bonus from the test scores.
And that's what I'd want to see what the placement criteria are, quite frankly, because we also have kids who have scored 3s, 4s, and 5s historically on literacy and math, who then are placed into reading intervention or math intervention because they scored poorly one year. So I'd like to get, if we survey, we're going to have to ask what's real versus what's perceived. Because there are some perceptions of students and their capacity that we need to overcome as well, because they're non-traditional students. And we have to be very careful there to exclude students of second languages. I mean, the reality is a lot of our kids come here from outside the country, speak a second language, and have far more academic knowledge than we give them credit for. But because we don't teach calculus in Spanish, we don't know that. So they get relegated to some diminished ESOL class, and they lose interest and they lose engagement as a result. So we have to be careful with how we review that, because we want to make sure, again, we're going based off of real. So it might make more sense to survey both teachers and APIs, assistant principals of instruction, to ask what the placement criteria they're using are to determine whether or not a student should get exposed to an AP course versus a dual enrollment versus something else.
And I want us to be careful too, because you said something. I know we're all educators, but there's an overlap. Disproportionality can also mean disproportionality towards expectation. So if you're already going in as the instructor saying these kids aren't going to succeed, and that you're settling with just exposure, then we have to be careful that that's not the expectation, because I'm preaching to the choir. We
Agreed.
teach up.
Agreed, but when you're talking about an AP Lit class, and I'm just telling you, like, you'll have to look at the requirements, but I'm telling you that we have students who have never scored above a level 2 on the FCAT and FSA being placed in an 11th grade AP Lit class. That's not an expectation issue. These are students who,
Well, that's dumb on our behalf if that's true, because
like, that's
actually hurting ourselves.
that we
I mean, it's
face as teachers. I 100% agree, because like, trust me, I'm.
And they're playing a
What I was saying
numbers
is
game.
there's just several.
No, actually, it's a bad decision,
That's
because
all.
if you're placing a student in there who's never scored higher than a level 2. Now, I don't know if there was a teacher recommendation that the student's more capable, they're not a good test taker, or whatever the issues are. And that's what we have to look at. But if we're putting kids in there, we're actually harming the school grade, because the acceleration points aren't going to work favorably in our behalf. Whereas a dual enrollment or an honors course would be better suited for that student if we're looking to challenge him or her in the right setting with the, so, but we'll definitely look at that. It's a good discussion. I appreciate the dialogue.
Stephanie,
Yes.
I wanted to go back relative to the 2,500 that's in question for the APIB.
Mhm.
I want to be clear, and I want to see if we need to put a qualifier on the end that if I have someone that's teaching AP and IB, which is feasible,
Mhm.
it was never my thought or expectation that would be stacked
No.
5.
Not stacked.
So to that end, do we need to put for a single supplement on the end of that?
Or
Where it goes, each
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and 2 prorated installments for a single supplement.
Yeah.
Or
I'm okay with that.
just to be
Because
so.
the intent was not to
I did a
stack.
laundry list in there.
Yeah.
I
The
don't-
intent's not to stack.
No, that was
Yeah.
never my intent.
Yeah, didn't think so, but
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, the
It's not
intent's not
us.
to stack this.
that's what we leave behind.
Well, no, but to be clear too, to when people are reading this, because we do have like, Raz teaches IB and AP.
Right.
Just so it's clear across the board that this is not a stacked supplement, it's one
She
per,
would get 2, right?
no, she would get one.
Get the 1.
That's what we didn't want
But
to.
each one of those.
Even though she has of almost a.
So even if you teach dual enrollment on top of that, you would only get the 1.
That's a separate supplement, so I'm not sure to that question.
Yeah.
I think.
See, it could be argued,
Dual enrollments, I can't.
make $5,000 if you dual enrollment and an AP or IB.
Mhm.
But you're also looking at that point using 3 different systems for grade reporting
Mhm.
and curriculum and instruction.
So going down,
National average.
and then here, we're good with striking. This from the discussion earlier, I'm gonna go ahead and do it here. Just saying Article 14.
Yes.
Okay. Right there in our discussion from earlier.
You had that update. No, right.
Hold on, maybe I pulled the earlier one.
That's right. You've already made other changes.
Okay. All right, and then
The last thing on that is just to confirm it's going to come from that.
Yeah, adult speech. Yeah, that wouldn't have gone.
So that'll come off the top along with the teacher bonuses, and then the rest of the costs will come from it after that.
That's two different.
Okay,
Standard.
that's fine. And then we're okay, since we have now added that one piece at the top to get rid of the date payout column.
Yeah, it'll go.
Okay,
Deleted 3 different, sorry.
right, yeah.
While you're there, head wrestling, that's I think.
No, this is better.
Correct through this.
Oh, yeah.
22 head wrestling.
Yep, yeah. And the boys.
Yes.
Last round.
Just edits on that.
Um. Yep, I'll get rid of. Okay. Okay, we have the Eastport. Mm, huh? So when we were talking supplements, Mr. Talbot had sent something over to me about the weightlifting assistant. Do we might want to look at that. Yes, I will send that. Because we were talking, I saw him at ESP stuff. So that's something we might want to look at moving forward. And let me get through all this. Okay, so I'll get rid of this state payout column.
You have a history for, I know you.
Thank you. And so with the school counselors, are we okay with adding over 10 or 11 months, depending on employment approved work calendar?
Based on.
10 or 11 months. Based on approved work schedule. Okay. So we accept your counter of 2,000 for instructional coaches. And then you accepted our proposal for 2,500 for the AP, IB, and Cambridge.
You want to put that stuff in the clarification?
Oh, yeah, thank you. And so single supplement.
I had for a single supplement, yeah. I think that's clear enough.
Okay.
Doesn't mean you get a Cambridge and a IB.
Yeah. Okay.
I have a question and I put it on there. Was newspaper changed to include like social media? Someone said that the other day, like if you do the social media at your school, there's a supplement. I said, really? And they said, yeah, it's the old newspaper supplement. Is that not true?
As somebody who did it for 6 years, I can tell you, I never received it.
No, I don't,
They didn't get much.
I don't think so. I'm going through my brain right now.
I think the newspaper used to be the student published paper.
Yeah, the student like.
Right, but I think because that one, this is what,
Yeah.
out there on the street, because that no longer exists. People don't print their newspaper.
Yeah.
It's,
I see.
it came out at leadership, I think. Okay.
She's-
that's not-
We're okay adding it in.
Yeah, I'm okay. We're okay.
Was that in the other, we added that other high school supplements?
That's the newspaper sponsor. It's the third one down. Yeah, page 7 of 10.
Can't even have a Facebook page. so-
Page 7 of 10.
I don't, listen, I don't know. They were asking.
I like that.
But that's
where they're kind of creative.
There you go.
Yes, okay.
Under science, I guess.
Is it this one more than? See a history one either. We'll just. The history fair.
Anybody do?
Okay. Yes,
Here on that.
New history there?
yes, yes. Insert a row below. And it's school coordinator for district history fair.
All three levels, elementary. middle.
Okay,
End of year.
yeah. Okay. Yep, and that was an MOU that we had signed.
Yes.
And then moving on to page 8. Wait, let me go back to 7. So Tracy, you said the newspaper,
Yeah. The social media.
They just changed it.
where is it on page 7 or is it?
Towards the top.
Oh, okay, I was looking in
It's
other,
actually several places.
I see newspaper sponsor.
7 of 10.
Yeah, I see it. So we're okay
Let's change it to.
with changing it to social media sponsor
Media.
or media.
I think it's just an antiquated term.
Yeah. Media.
Whether it's social media or if it's old fashioned.
You need to say just print or digital media or?
That's a good way to.
Yeah.
Print or digital
Yeah.
media sponsor,
Because I don't want media specialist or whatever to slip. Yeah.
or yes, print or digital media sponsor. Okay,
Put that fall under middle school.
I believe it's one of the places. Yeah. Do you see it somewhere else?
No, I'm just asking, would that be applicable to the middle school? You got a lot of middle schools that are.
and in elementary school.
Sites in there, so. Yeah.
I would offer we're not proposing to add anything this time, but just change the vernacular.
Middle school history fair too.
Yes,
Right, middle school is.
You can add it.
yeah, I'm gonna. All right, we accept your counter for the middle school, so we're on page 8. Now, the middle school instructional coaches of 2,000. And we accept your counter for the testing coordinators, 2,000. I don't see newspaper under middle school.
You need to add history there.
Yes, where is that?
There's not one, but maybe under.
You can put it under science.
Oh, it's under school-wide district fair. That's where we've got to add it. Insert row.
The middle school piece, they probably don't have a social media presence, with sporting events, everything as much as the high school. Because I know that's a big piece of the high school, pushing the games, volleyball, soccer, football.
Okay.
Because I was kind of reason why it wasn't at middle school.
Do we have the stuff for girls flag football and boys volleyball?
I didn't get any of that.
Can you say that?
From Dan.
Do we have an addition for the coaches stuff for girls flag football and boys volleyball?
That, did Dan send that, because we had only talked about weightlifting assistant. Okay. So I know I didn't get any information from.
I'm just asking, 'cause
Yeah, yeah.
I know they were new this year and there was a lot of hype up for them and like,
And there was no supplement. So
yeah.
that might be something we need
They
to
were
talk
on
to Dan
full
about.
volunteering to do those.
I didn't know about boys flag football,
Girls flag football, boys volleyball.
girls flag football or boys volleyball.
It's FHSAA, and all that. everything.
Why don't we push on through? We might
Yeah.
just have
No volleyball.
this till the next time we come.
Yeah, and I mean, it's 4:42. So you guys accepted our counter for elementary school counselors. Oh, I need to pull, and let me go back to high school real quick and pull that language for. And add that to middle school and elementary. And we actually, as we were going through this in our caucus meeting, we had a question, we have deans at the middle school and even some elementaries, not all elementary schools have deans, but some do, some of our bigger ones. And so they're getting the dean supplement, even though it's technically listed in the high school. Should we mirror it in the middle school and elementary so that it's just clear? Because they are currently receiving those supplements. For middle school and elementary school deans, they've just been receiving them under the high school appropriation. And that was something that we caught as we were talking through this.
So wait, I want to make sure I understand what you just said. You said we've been paying out stipends to deans at middle school and elementary school who don't have a stipend?
No, that they have a supplement. They've been getting a supplement, but in the supplement structure,
Right, it only lists high school.
it only lists high school, but
Telling me we've paid middle school and elementary deans without a stipend.
True.
The Hillsborough application do?
We're gonna let the data follow us.
Okay.
We told you it wouldn't be easy.
no, that's what I meant to do.
Coaches did get a supplement. Volleyball got paid.
Okay,
I just checked with two principals just to double check, so I don't know. We must have come up with something.
So then they're not paying under an MOU then.
That's what I was hoping is maybe there's an MOU that we forgot about.
There's not. There's not.
I give up.
There's not.
Girls volleyball is in the middle school.
Yes.
You're talking about boys.
boys volleyball.
Boys volleyball and girls flag football.
Not any more layers to
So
it.
if
Yeah, it is brand.
which obviously we are advocating for them to be paid, but what we're saying is that there is not an
They're
MOU.
there and they get a supplement at high school. Yes, we're gonna have to mirror a supplement at middle school and elementary school.
Okay,
Which is why I got overpaid last year as a middle school testing coordinator, because we're trying to transfer that down too.
I think
Now that doesn't exist.
get to a place where we finish and then
The
like
dean,
this.
yeah.
And we need to
Thing
go
is-
collect.
No, they looked, they saw, well,
testing coordinator at high school.
testing, or they saw testing.
Oh my God, I already added that.
High school, so middle school too, I was like, no.
All right, so, okay, so we're in middle school, so it's 4:45.
I was gonna ask, can we table this one?
Yeah.
I respectfully, we need to spend some time and make sure we've dotted all our i's and crossed all our t's on this one. Because if we pay the supplement to the volleyball coaches and to girls flag football, which two high school principals had said, yes, I want to know what we paid, what they based that off of. And it could have been Talbot directed them to do it. I just need to verify
Okay.
what we have. Weightlifting is new to me. I know that we're getting it,
Well, we have weightlifting head coaches.
but I hadn't heard about the assistant
Weightlifting
coach.
assistant coaches because of
Yeah.
and the number of kids, and it was a safety issue.
Or I'll reach out to Dan and tell him he needs to come sit down with us and
We're gonna run reports on deans.
thank you.
Okay, but I mean, I know they are. They're getting paid. You can run your, yeah, no, I gotcha.
Any good?
Because we wouldn't have wanted to pay them the right.
Yeah. No, I gotcha.
How is- At any level.
Nope, don't want to do, okay, hold on, let me just, we're on page 8.
If you just
Um,
finish Elementary.
Yeah, let's finish elementary.
How we do.
Well,
counter-
Thing is,
You know, what it might be more beneficial at this point,
I just paid them then. They would tell us we're great.
I just want to work off one document at this.
Should we go to trivia?
Okay, I'll send you this cleanup one. Hey, Laura. So, yes. So we did have a counter we want to talk about with you guys as we're wrapping up. So school-based instructional coaches at the elementary level. We would like to counter instead of 1,750 with 2,000 to make it the same as the other ones because they come out of the same pool. And then they either go to elementary, middle, or high. And so they have the same training.
But could we do it based off staff size? I think that's from our position, that's part of the concern. Is that you have an elementary school where a coach is serving 20 or 30 staff versus a high school where they're serving 50 or 60.
But-
So could there
We also
be,
have elementary schools that are at 1,500.
correct, that's what I'm saying. Could there be a tiering?
Proposal for middle school was actually the same as the high school where they might only be serving
Mhm.
I agree.
any.
But that's what we discussed this during our caucus. So if there's a way for us to come back and maybe tier that based off student enrollment or staff enrollment.
We might break point of 1,000 plus to catch the 2,000 and anything under that.
Because Heather, you talked about this, right? About the sizes. What was the break point? Elementaries,
This.
talked about that.
Yeah.
700, 750 for student enrollment, right? But we had to do something to figure out staff numbers. Okay.
Okay. So our counter to the 1,750 is 2,000 and make it the same as the middle school and the high school.
Tuition will.
And I'll add that here just so it's in there.
Wouldn't that be more work for payroll?
Yes.
It always.
That's how, I'll be honest, I worry a little bit about
And then it's like.
ability to administer
Population.
then.
Well, I mean, it's becoming more and more evident. We may need a special team just for
February.
side. That's what just becomes such, we pay out millions. Supplements.
Would you base that on the beginning of the school year, end of the school year, an average of the FTEs?
You, I mean, that's what part of the negotiation.
All right, and then we were gonna mirror over, so just to clarify too, with the translation services language. Did you like, and we're in agreement with the translation services that we presented earlier so that we can mirror that across the parent and teacher?
Sure.
I can bring it back up again. Just as we're getting toward the end, because translation services is,
That was the change to the SLI. I don't think I had any questions on that. You had the 20.
yeah, it was on ESP, but since we're in supplements, I just, if I'm gonna work and mirror. Before I send this over to you, Laura, I wanted to make sure that you guys were in agreement with the translation service language. Because we just put it in the ESP, but it would transcend the other two contracts.
We look at it again.
All right.
Can I just offer one insight?
Please.
Back on the coaches. There are some large schools that have more than one coach per content area. So I'll use Citrus Ridge as an example. They have 2 literacy coaches. But if we just say Brian's a literacy coach at Citrus, it looks like this size of school, but in the context that they have more than one, it's really this size that he's responsible.
It's one elementary, one middle.
There. Yeah,
But see, that's where getting down to a staff ratio might make more sense.
I think it does.
Can I say though, to this point, like when you enter the instructional pool, like maybe because you've shown that you're, you know, a great teacher and you're really good at helping your peers or whatever. And they say, but I've been teaching at the high school level, maybe even I started coaching at the high school level, but then hey, this elementary school really needs you. I shouldn't have to take a pay deduction to move down to elementary. If my job is essentially the same, I'm coaching teachers, like, just like I wouldn't, there are trade-offs. Like when I go from teaching high school to teaching elementary. So yeah, I have less students to deal with, but I also have a whole lot more curriculum to do. So like, I think for the position, I don't think there's a differentiation. I think that if you start making that, you're gonna want teachers or, you know, potential pool applicants to not want to end up in elementary school because they're gonna make less money or be less likely to accept that job, even though y'all still need the coaches at the elementary level.
Well, coaches are an open topic of discussion for the future anyways, because we can't fill classroom vacancies. Coaches become the next line to fill it. And we're not the first district to talk about that. Several districts last year eliminated coaches and returned them to the classroom. That's not our interest in any way. But And I don't necessarily, I see your point, but it's like saying if I worked 40 hours, now I'm working 30 hours, should I still get paid the same? No. Right? I mean, it's a simplified version of,
I can get the same amount of work done in 30 that I get for 40. Why should I?
you're not, you're working with fewer people. And then we have to start looking at outcomes then,
We also.
because then are we getting more?
We also did accept a $500 less counter proposal on the high school and the middle school level. Just, just so like, there is some give and take, but I don't think an instructional coach at the high school level versus the middle school level does more or less than at the elementary school level. They may be serving less teachers, but that could also be depending on how many coaches are there. And also like the teachers that are there at the high school level, like you might have 5 subs that I'm having to deal with at this school, but this other school that I could be teaching at, all of the teachers are real teachers and they need less help. So it's like, I feel like you start quantifying these little things and it turns into a much bigger thing than just saying you're a coach. You did the pool, you didn't get into the pool without doing the extra training and all that stuff. So if you get the position as a coach, here's your supplement. Just like we do with the guidance counselors.
Indeed.
And then you have the evaluation process if they're not effectual.
Yep.
Yeah.
And discipline if they're not effectual because of not a pedagogy issue, but because they don't show up to school.
So the translation services language is up and that's going to be sent, that's in the email ready to go to Laura once we're done here.
I don't have any change.
Okay, so we're okay with that. And then, so we'll work on putting that in the para and the ESP. Or the para and the teacher. Okay,
Next date.
so yeah, so we actually need to look at some calendars because we need some July dates. So there is a big. Can't believe it started at the end of June. There is a big group of us going to our national conference next week. So we are out of the office all next week. And I know that next week also the 4th of July holiday falls in the middle too. And so our next dates are going to be the 10th through the 14th. And then Kat.
Well, have people here taking a class.
Oh, yes, we don't want to do that again. Yes, in July. So, we could do a little bit later on Monday. We're part of the new principal boot camp on the 10th. And you're on vacation because Kat and I are on vacation the next week. So if you're on vacation on the 10th, Brian, or that week of the 10th,
Through the 14th.
Pat and I are on vacation, the week of the 16th.
Okay.
And the week of the 24th.
I hate that week. Cause then we come back the next one.
That's my birthday week.
Which
Heart palpitation.
that week, we have tips, the 25th and 27th.
Possibly.
Okay, well, one of us has to.
The 25th
Huh?
25th is our budget, the budget hearing.
For the work session.
When are you at?
No, it's.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. So, we have board meeting on the 25th of July.
And tips.
So what does Monday, the 24th
Probably be a fun one.
look like? Or Thursday, the 27th, or Wednesday, the 26th?
Thursday's wide open.
The Thursday, the
Mondays.
27th is.
Was July?
Of July.
Yeah, are none of us going to tips?
We'll work it out.
Okay,
We'll work it out.
all right.
Monday,
Gotta-
Monday, 24th is better for me. What's the other date?
Stephanie?
In June.
What was the other date? What was the?
So we were looking at July 24th, July 26th, and July 27th.
26th is a no for me. But the 24th and 27th would work.
27th. Just because it's 24th is the day before
Mhm.
the,
Yeah.
the work that goes in, the 27th looks.
So the 27th.
That sounds like it's.
Do you want to maybe schedule that as an all day one to try to? You want to do like 9 to 5? to kind of, since we can't meet any other time in July because of vacations. Just try to hammer stuff out. Okay.
Good Chili's.
We'll get you a really good lunch that day, guys.
Not worried about,
Just joking.
worried about like a margarita or something.
We might need that too.
We ended up on language too much on the.
I think you guys are allowed to
On the
have.
25th. And then we need to look at outside of big bargaining.
By law, way before any of us in this room ever existed in this.
Said something had to go look at, just
Hey,
step
you
out.
should-
No, they had the budget workshop on the 20th.
Exactly.
But I could
Yeah,
bring
yeah, and I
my,
marked out
I
you
could
as
bring
well.
my
We should.
Okay.
Vitamix.
Yeah, okay, so.
Should make,
Language.
Okay.
AP.
The world was like 62% last year.
AP
so-
Chinese.
We need to start doing. Hold on, guys.
see, I like.
All right. So we are going to schedule Thursday, July 27th, from 9 to 5 here.
PEA serving breakfast. Donuts.
We'll get you a light breakfast and we'll do lunch. And, okay. And we do need to, and I don't know, it's not gonna happen this week. We're on all next week.
That'd be curious.
I mean, with you,
If that's true. And it's.
I even outside, we need to look at some job descriptions too. We need to start sitting down and,
We do the subcommittee, we whole group.
I think it's subcommittee.
Okay, so
So do you have to be
Wanna do
part
it
of the
early
budget
next week?
stuff?
the week of the 3rd through the.
We're gone at our
I can't wait to see you.
so we're gone at our, one of our national.
Don't be like me, don't drown.
Down Thursday.
Still working on it?
Yes, chapter 5.
Now, the tips that I'm like hoping to tomorrow. but I'm-
I'm gonna be out. I'm out on Wednesday.
Defend this fall.
But I can just get a report back. I don't necessarily have to be.
Who's
there
the
to
holder
start.
of the JDs? Is that the list we've got over here?
Yes, yes.
You're the holder of the JDs. You got that list
Yeah.
ready?
So if we can, well, and maybe what we do is start pulling those JDs and we get our group together. And we might even be able to do some virtual meetings
Where do you have to go?
because I can meet virtually
So why don't we do?
on
something
Thursday. I just can't meet in person.
To get it started.
Okay.
Anytime.
Do something is better than.
Imagine that.
I can meet virtually on Thursday. I just can't
Really right.
We're looking at the.
this Thursday. To start looking at job
And
description.
for me, it would be best for the end of the day. But I got windows of time in between.
I went to bed late. Yeah, other stuff.
We've got a work session in the morning.
Session.
Sorry.
Yeah, they got work session tomorrow, so that's gonna be tied up with them.
Mhm.
And then I'm out on Wednesday, but I can do something virtual on Thursday.
Do tomorrow late after noon, probably. It'd be late though. 3:50.
I'm getting a new AC unit.
My friend.
I don't know if they'll be done yet.
So when.
Let's do Thursday virtual,
After 5, we'll
start looking at it and then,
You send invites on that.
yeah,
do solid, good. day.
Doing-
If that job.
Week of
Especially the 29th.
just job descriptions. And then I'll send it to our team that's gonna be a part of the job descriptions.
I told her the other day, I put it in chat.
We're gonna do it later in the afternoon with Brian's. So what time frame can you do Thursday?
Oh, actually, Jenna, my 2:30 is you.
Use of cognitive behavioral therapy to address ACEs, adverse child.
But I can come after too.
So.
Well, we were gonna do it virtually. We were gonna do, because I have to do virtual. So you wanna do virtual at 3?
I created with them and actually.
3:30 for the beach day.
Okay,
Let's just do 3:30.
that's fine.
Okay.
We get an hour.
Put it just me and then we'll talk as a team
Yeah.
because I think like Lisa's gonna be a part of that.
Us 3.
And then invite Brian and Jenna and
That's why I'm at the point.
and Curtis
For what?
for Thursday at 3:30. It's gonna be a virtual meeting.
Virtual meeting.
Yeah.
And we're gonna start looking at job description reviews.
Thank you.
And then I'll forward it, or Kat, you can forward it once we figure out.
And honestly, it should only be strike throughs there.
Yep.
We should be able to move along unless there's philosophical.
And with the early childhood, can you make sure that you
We
send?
can't afford it. I have.
That's what you did with it.
and
I think we've already talked.
Do you want me to add the team right now or do you wanna?
It takes to implement something.
Laura will probably send a Teams link.
2 weeks.
Good luck with it. Oh, I agree.
They've already talked and seen,
That's true.
talking about. They're already.
Maybe not then.
Because they came up today.
Don't bog them up and then we'll just,
I'll
ours.
tell you what, if you got specific questions, I'll bring her in on a cell phone.
Okay, okay.
People say.
All right. So the dates we have on the schedule,
Let me get this.
we'll be doing a job description review subcommittee, but that will not be live streamed. And then our next full bargaining session will be July 27th from 9 to 5 at the PEA office, and that will be live streamed.
I'm sorry, can you say what the subcommittee was?
Job description review, and we'll talk about that as a team after we're done here. Because I know some people have already wanted to be on it, but we'll open it up. And then we'll forward you the calendar invites to the people that are gonna be participating. 3:30,
3:30 Thursday.
and we're gonna need,
Insurance.
our Teams links don't play nice with.
Yeah. When I
So Laura, if you can set up a Teams link and send it to us
was doing,
for Thursday at 3:30,
I could not
we'll do like 3:30 to 5.
have the Dexicon.
Start.
TA.
Could not go on. I was.
No, it's gonna be virtual.
And
It's gonna be on a Teams, just to start it.
I decided to move me to.
I kind of like the fractional split.
Because
Exactly, exactly.
protection in my knee that made my blood sugar go.
For all of our team.
Yes.
All right.
I'm just teasing.
Okay. All right. So we are concluded for today. And we will be sending out an update soon.
I raised my hand and said,
We can-
"How that happened?"
We can end the